Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Skyesports Champions Series Valorant, presented by AMD, powered by Router. The journey starts today for several nations and multiple teams. Right now, we are going to witness rest of South Asia qualifiers. Septem Exierant from Bangladesh versus Prime 5 from Pakistan. I'm Star Tanya. Alongside me, it is Nikros. So, Nikros, how are you feeling today?
Well, it has been a pleasant journey so far, and of course, this is a big and huge event. We are seeing so many teams, so many of different countries, obviously competing for that one particular title of this, the winner's title of this entire tournament. But of course, this is going to be the phase one. The teams from different, like we are getting the rest of South Asia region. The teams they will be competing as we are quite aware of the schedule, and you are also aware of which teams are playing so far. But like talking about this kind of stages, Satania, we see that these teams they have made up their grind this far. They're competing among the best teams in this entire like rest of South Asia region, and they're competing for that particular title. And they will be eventually getting the chance to compete with the next Indian region as well.
Absolutely. The journey just has started. This is what the introduction was about because it is on the way, moving ahead towards the qualifiers. And let's see how the performance is going to be henceforth because by far reaching to this phase was also not easy. It was very tough. And talking about toughness, well, we are going to witness the players have grown into different aspects, talking about a different set of play skills. They have been versatile enough to switch the roles from duelist towards the initiators, and as and when needed we have spotted that they have been converting themselves into chamber. And the moment we talk about chamber, what comes to my mind is chamber is nerfed now.
Well, that's something to be worried about when you talk about those headhunters shot and that 2D force we get to see from this side, the ultimate that uses chamber. So yes, of course, by nerfing that particular agent, it might be difficult for those chamber main players, those who actually prefer chamber. In each and every match, you get to see like maximum time the chamber main players try to go for those. The teleportations, and they use their abilities by so many measures that they have got each and every lineup set up. So by nerfing and by like decreasing their abilities a bit, it might be a little bit of hampering to those players, those who might have a bit like advantage by playing that particular agent.
Definitely, because the traps are reduced. So now the chamber setting up the traps, going to an entire different direction to the different site by only doing the setup. Now that is not going to function furthermore because each and every site has got multiple entries. Be it be any map. If we talk about Ascent, if we talk about Heaven, a few of the most comfortable maps, they have got multiple entries. Now talking about Fracture, Breeze, newly introduced map. Yet now the players are also getting comfortable with these sort of maps where again they have got multiple entries. Now talking about multiple entries and the single sentinel setup, and chamber has played perfectly well. Tour de force functioning good, headhunter functioning even good, but during the pistol round to be precise. But then talking about traps, now that is going to be affected. So I want to see with the nerf of chamber, is there going to be any change in selection of sentinels, or they are still going to continue with the same agents pick lineup or something like that.
Well, we have to see around what picks they are deciding for this particular first quarterfinals of this day. We might just see from the ROSA region, but yes, the picks will be very much like important ones for both the teams, because according to their picks, the amount of like how many duelists, probably one or two. But coming to that, we get to see the prize pool distribution with $30,000 total prize pool of this entire tournament. Well, the first place team will be rewarded with $15,000. The second place team will be having $7,500. The third place will have $3,000 for themselves.
And the emerging player and the MVP, the best IGL, are also going to get 500 US dollars. So my eyes are always about the new emerging player who is going to take away those extra 500 bucks into their pockets. But the prize pool is in itself humongous, and with that, they are again going to get an opportunity to move ahead towards the qualifiers of the Valorant Championship Series. So let's see how this qualification is going to take away. But the first biggest prize winner is going to get the biggest piece of the cake. So you definitely not only want to win the biggest prize pool, you also want to win away the only slot available. Not so easy journey. They are going to grind, and they have been grinding so well, so nicely as well. So let's see how are they going to function henceforth. Talking about agents, right, well, on screen we are getting to see Soa and Sage. Let's see if there's going to be any team who is going to pick up Soa and Sage as well.
Well, like talking about that as well, Tanya, we get to see a huge prize pool buffer from the first and second as well as in the third place, because a 7,500 difference between the first and second, then you get to see almost around, if I'm not wrong, I'm not that good in maths, but definitely like 4.5k dollars. The difference is from the second and third. So this kind of difference is actually determining and showing us that even 1 point or some single points can like make a drastic change and drastic difference in the entire reward that you might get. Because yes, for now it's the quarterfinals, they are going to play, they're going to qualify for the next phase 2. The phase 1 teams are grinding very hard, but eventually when you go to the next phase, when you compete for the prize pool, when you compete for those particular slots to get to the next stage of this VCT, well, it's about a 2022 VCT event, like it's a road to 2022 VCT. So it's completely a path which is being carved up, so you have to just climb up with the ladder and with the flow, and eventually you will be coming up on the top.
Absolutely, you have clearly mentioned it. It is road to VCT 2022. Not so easy, because you want to make sure you are going to be the crowned victor. Let's see who is going to be crowned, who isn't going to be crowned as well. Well, we had enough discussions about the prize pool. Now it is the time about giving you a little bit brief about the schedule. Phase 1 is going to last from 10th May to 15th May, which is going to be India and rest of South Asia qualifier. Phase 2 begins from 18th of May towards 23rd May. Draw show, which is going to divide the qualified teams into each respective group. That is going to happen on live again on 16th of May, and it is a LAN event sure for phase 3 from 31st May to 5th May.
Well, of course, a LAN event. What can you expect? Like Skyesports Champions Series. This is the road to VCT and the LAN tournament to finish the things off on a very, very good note. And I'm really excited. You see, Tanya, like getting a LAN event again coming up, like in such a big win, in such a big tournament. We can see the teams playing live in a particular stadium or in a particular room. Specifically, if you just talk about 2 teams sitting beside each other and competing and fighting for that particular throne to acquire their slot. But these are the distribution that we get to see in this entire tournament. You get to see India and rest of South Asia qualifiers, which is happening at this, and starting from today it will continue to 15, as Tanya told earlier. Then the draw show, as she mentioned, it will be live. The teams will be drawn out, and particularly the groups will be decided in which group all the teams will be distributed. But coming on to the Indian qualifiers, so it's going to be our ROSA qualifiers, not the Indian one. We get to say Prime 5 versus Septem Exierant. 2 teams competing with a BO3 contest, and 1 team is going to emerge up among them as the winners of this match.
Prime 5 coming in from Pakistan region, Septem Exierant coming in from Bangladesh region. They have already proven their worth to qualify towards the ROSA qualifiers, because there were multiple registrations coming in, there were multiple qualifications happening, and they were able to join into the Skyesports Champions Series to show up their set of skills. Let's see, out of best of 3, it is going to be the winner of 2 consecutive matches, or maybe we can also expect 1-1 and later on 2. So yeah, the winner of 2 maps out of all 3 is going to move ahead towards the later stages of Skyesports Champions Series, a road to VCT 2022. Not an easier affair, sure, but talking about Prime 5, we very well know who the participants are and how they have been participating, playing by far, because if we talk about Prime 5, we have got Cheems, Jivix, Hats, Trick and Stranger performing. On the other side for Septem Exierant, we have got Kyojin, Hermione, Mr. Red, Sonic and Missile. Well, let's see Missile with how many launchers here.
That's a unique name coming up, Missile, and actually that picks up that yes, I've got a rocket launcher. If you are ready to come up and show up your faces, I'm going to smash a rocket missile inside your, like in front of your face, and you can just, if you can counter it, it's all fine. Either ways, you can just make a fallback. But as far as we see, Tanya, both the teams, they have managed to this far, and we cannot just underestimate any of them. Both the teams have got their individual calibers, they have got their individual plans, they have got individual stats coming up, and we really want to see which team will emerge up. And meanwhile, we have got the fans watch what Prime 5 have done. It's going to be the icebox, and the split will be done by SCS, but the picks which are being done is Heaven and Bind. P5 have chosen Heaven, while I believe like SE has chosen the Bind. So like the maps you choose, actually, Tanya, I believe you have got the stronghold in that particular map, and eventually if you can come on the top in that particular maps, you will be eventually coming down to the final decider, which will be on the Breeze map.
Well, let's be honest here. The decider map is going to be Breeze, one of the biggest map and one of the most jet helpful map, we can call it, because the jet as a duelist, because there is a lot of verticality involved in the map of Breeze, where you can give a good show for Bladestorm. Let's see if we are going to see any jet there or no. But coming back towards the pick, we are seeing P5 Esports going for the pick of map of Haven. They are initiating on the defender side, and they need to make sure they accumulate as many rounds as possible on the defender side, because this map of Haven is entirely defender favoring map. On the other side, it is going to be Prime 5 picking the defense for the map of Bind as well.
I want to see the game of the Heaven map, because particularly if you talk about Heaven is one of my favorite maps, you see, Tanya, and I really want to see which team will emerge up as the winner of that particular map. Like, we get to see that P5 that they have chosen that map, so particularly we can expect that if they have chosen that, they might have got some good strats coming up from their side. But I want to see that how Septem, Exierant, who have picked up the defense on the very first like in the first half, how are they going to perform, and how are they going to stop P5 to enter the site and can get those picks for themselves and get those rounds. Eventually, if you make a good buffer in the first half, you might have a greater hold in the second. But we have seen many curses. You see, there's 9-3, there's 7-5. What is going to happen in the first half in this first map of today's like rest of South Asia qualifiers, like quarterfinals, which we are going to see between Prime 5 and Septem Exierant, because both the teams, as I mentioned earlier, they have got their own like great potentials, and I really wish the best team may win this one.
Absolutely, the best team is going to win it out. And talking about the map of Heaven, what kind of agent selection are you looking forward to? Because if I had to choose, I'm definitely going for a double sentinel and a double initiator, something like that. Maybe double initiator, sure, you want to go in with the double the information. But talking on the defender side, I would definitely prefer double sentinel setup. So let's see if P5 Esports is going ahead, picking up for themselves as a double sentinel setup or no. For the smokes, we can expect Omen hopping in, or maybe Astra, but these days Heaven and Omen is a good combo happening from the start of the Valorant tournament, so we can expect for the smoke once again Omen as the main controlling agent.
Well, you see, I always pick Omen whenever I play Heaven or something, because Omen is one of my favorite agents, which I love to pick, and I really want to see that the Omen gameplay from both the sides. I want both the teams to pick Omen, but of course that depends upon them. They can go for Astra, they can also go for Brimstone if they want, because if they want smokers, they can get at least 3 smokes down on a particular time if they want. Of course, if they want, they can do it. But particularly talking about, you might just use Chambers. Maybe Heaven can also be a good call for Chamber, maybe a Killjoy. Well, I'm really excited, and I'm really pumped up for the match to get started, because whenever it will get started, we can see the agent selections, what they have decided, and eventually we can see the results in a very short time.
Absolutely. We are going to initiate the map as quick as possible, but let's see how the performances are going to be on the attacker side, because imagine if you are not able to pull good round on the defender side, then on the attacker side you have a very lesser room of opportunity where you can immediately go ahead, get yourself that sort of win-win situation. But anyway, these two teams have got an enough experience set where they can pull out anything that they want to. They can go ahead, pull out anything out of the blue, because you are talking about curses. 9-3 have been a curse, 10-2 has been a curse, and talking about the agent selection, Septem, Exierant, here we are. Missile going ahead as a Jet, Hermione as a Sky Initiator, Mr. Red going for the KJ the Sentinel, and we are going to see Breach here and Sonic as an Omen. Please, Nikros, walk us through on the P5 side's agent selection.
Well, we get to see Sova picked from Casper from P5, Beast has taken Cypher, Drake has gone for a Jet, and Stranger's also gone for Breach. So like we can see two Breaches on both the side, 1-1 each, and Hats have gone for Astra. So like I wanted to see a Omen, and I have seen that from Septem Exierant, and like Prime 5 they've got an Astra, so well they will have those particular moves hopping up. So I would really want to see this. Attacker side looks quite stable, but they don't have any flashes if I'm quite certain of. Yes, Breach is there. Breach can go off with those flashes, my bad. But definitely getting into the side when you get to see a Killjoy in the opponent, you might have the Swarm Grenades, you might have the alarm bot set up in the C-Long side, maybe in the garage side. So you have to be very, very prominent about what the plannings we have got from the side of Prime 5. So what will gather the information, and for the backstab we might see Cypher with those beautiful traps set up, which he's having himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see with the trap setup how well or wonderfully well are they going to perform, because as soon as we talk about it, we are going to see Astra and Omen, two different agents. Now talking about Omen, Sonic in here to be precise is going to have not only smoke but also the teleporter, but on the other hand we have got Astra who can go ahead and deliver a lot of gravity well damage and a lot more. But look at the players, they look confident enough, they are comfortable enough, not much of chaos, and they do look calm and composed, and this is exactly what you have to be. The moment you start to stress yourself out, you are going to lose the control, and you need to make sure you are at peace when you are participating and performing.
Of course, the Septem Exierant players they're also quite ready. We can see Sonic, we can see Mr. Red, Missile, Hermione, and Kyojin. All the 5 players, they're all set up. They're having the warm-ups with the death matches, or maybe with some range drills. But on the other hand, this is the first round. We're going to see up Prime 5 versus Septem Exierant. The first match, the first half of Heaven starts right now, starting with the Sheriff, Missile from Septem Exierant.
And they are going for the B, and commitment does look towards B, but they are going to move in towards the garage door ultimately. Let's see if that is going to be the case of scenario or no, but fault line will be used immediately, and the dash is also going to work out. No damage exchanged here, and garage is going to be full. And the side entry was to be done with the dash, but the player is taken down. What a right click burst. Going right on time, 2 frags done, but it is not going to last for any longer. 2 frags also will be traded immediately. It is a 3v2 affair. Casper is going to go ahead, plant the spike. Spike has planted. It's all up to Missile, getting the one tap perfectly with the
last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Beautiful round coming in the favor of Prime 5. What an attack they have done. Obviously, it was one of their favorite maps which they have picked up, and eventually they've got a good start. Have you seen the side entry? The time we get to see like Red was holding on that particular corner, he got those 2 picks with that burst shot. That was so impressive. But right now, as we see the 1-0 lead, it has been taken up by Prime 5, and eventually this is going to be a BO3. So you need to win at least 2 maps, and you are the one crowned as the winner. But particularly, like in the previous round, they went for the garage push, but now they're going for a C-Long, and we might not see any other players standing up, but the smokes are down, and eventually Prime 5 getting the entry to the site.
Side entry with the cloud burst, and as well not for so long, and Fusion is going to be taken down. Well, talking about the player right now, is going to fix the camera. Again, they've got an entire side control. There's nobody to stop them. Indeed, on the attacker side, they are looking very happy, performing, getting the control, and retake is not functioning as good at it as it should have been. And there's no player trying to peek in as well. It is going to be Spectres versus the Classic. And now let's see, they are aware, Trick is in particular aware about how the players are are going to move in. Smokes will also be coming into the action. 3 players to the garage door, and it is going to be on Vault, which is going to give an entire information.
Well, this reckon might just give that particular rental water at this point of time like 95 needs, but yes, the guy will eventually get him down, but he gets one, he might just get second. No, it's not. Prime 5 getting that particular lead, what they want. They switch to pistol. Strange is looking in a good situation. Eventually, they have managed to buy the time and got the spike exploded. With that, a 2-0 lead coming in the favor of Prime 5. A beautiful start indeed in the map of Heaven. You see, you have picked the map, you have got the advantage, you have got the strats, and yes, this is how the top teams from each country is performing at this point of time.
Well, winning 2 big consecutive rounds on the attacker side is amazing already, and now we can see they are all Spectres. But on the other side, if you have a look at Team SE, they are having all mix of Phantoms and Vandals with all full shields. Now they are going for full buy. Imagine if at all they are losing this round, it is going to be an again eco round following it up. Trick trying to move in through the sewers. There's nobody who is waiting, but sure, he is going to get the entry. 1 versus 1. It is going to be an immediate situation. There's nothing that can stop them. Hermione literally waiting for that. Nobody is going to have a crosshair placement set here, and Hermione confused about where to look. Is it towards the sewers or towards the main?
Well, I believe this A main side, they've already started rotating. They're coming out from the B side, maybe in the garage push. They're initiating garage to C, garage to B, whatever the plan is. We have seen like Jet holding the B side. They're going towards the side of C. KJ is already holding that particular area. Moment might be taken down by Trick, and eventually Trick has got a retaliation trade. Gets taken down, but with that, we might see like, as we see Beast, she's going with those some random shots, might just get some good amount of damage. 45 seconds more to left for plantation, and that will be eventually done. Still, I know exactly this like it's completely a 3v3 fight if you talk about Tanya, but oh no, Mike, I believe that Septem Exierant, they are in a serious trouble right now.
They are at a serious trouble. 2 versus 2, still doable for the attacker side as well, but they don't have the spike control exactly as they want to. But look at that situation, taking for 1, and it is going to be Beast going for Beast mode on, and they are going for a full victory. Losing this round is going to losing an entire economy. Now that was too much to lose out for. Let's see how they are going to function here for because 3 players are already down, 4th on the way. So this is going to be a full buy round. Sure, everybody is trying to go ahead, get themselves the best of ARs. Let's see how they are going to move in with that. On the other side, we are going to spot 2 marshals and 2 sheriffs.
With that, a 3-0 lead might just damage the economy of Septem Exierant at this point of time. Prime 5, they're having a beautiful lead, and if they get 1 or 2 more rounds, I guess it will be very, very tough for Septem Exierant to come back. Either they have to go for an eco round, and if they manage to get the eco done very nicely, then only that option will be available for their side to get and go for a hard buy, and they can get those Phantoms and Vandals, and if they can secure that particular round, then only they might be able to get a good comeback. But meanwhile, we get to see Missile. He's in the spawn of Prime 5, so he might just do the backstab really precisely, get 1 or 2 picks done, and if he does it, he gets 1 gun. Eventually he might just take down Astra. He takes him down. The backstab trigger trap has been already done, but right now the backstab will be checked eventually with case of Prime 5, but still, oh my god, this is turning really, really nasty on the side of Septem Exierant.
Talking about Team SC, lost 2 players already, though it is 3v3, and definitely Prime 5 is looking a little extra dominative here. They've got 3 players alive, spike control, site control, everything that they want, and they are already moving in towards site A, and there will be an immediate spike planted. And Recon is not going to deliver much of information except for Cypher is still lurking around. It is going to be the player Beast who just saved the round a little while ago, and is also again going to get 1 frag. Taken down Mr. Red already, and it is going to be player Sonic try to move it in.
At this point of time, we get to see this after this 3-0 lead. Oh my god, this might be a surprise situation, but eventually he did not check up the back, and he eventually got punished for that. The shock dart might just give a good amount of damage. The crossfire has been set. A moment has been taken down, and the 4-0 the score line stays. And with that, Prime 5, they're making up this heaven theirs, as they have picked this side, they have picked this map, and they are capitalizing it way too precisely, like they should do. And I don't know what's gonna happen in the upcoming rounds or something. It's a 4-0. We have seen a huge comeback in many times in many maps, but will Septem Exierant will be able to like dethrone Prime 5 from the position they are settling up right now?
The prime position they are, and they are not going to set up, and they are not going to make sure that they lose what they have it in them. And talking about the players right now, they were looking a little extra aggressive for the start, but then the things are falling apart. It is not functioning exactly as they wanted to, and after losing so many rounds, like they lost the save round, they lost full buy round, and now this is pretty concerning. Nikros, what do you think from here on what is going to happen? Because Heaven is a map for the defender's side, and if they are not able to win the rounds on the defender's side, I really don't know how everything is going to come out.
Of course, you need to win the rounds in the defense, because if like Prime 5 is attacking that way too aggressive and they're just getting the picks whenever they want, and they're utilizing each and every situation so properly, so you either, when the sides will be swapped up, still there are plenty of rounds left. I believe there is still 8 more rounds left in the first half, and this 8 more rounds you need to buckle up at least 5 to 6 rounds so that you might just play a bit safe in the second half. Though I believe that if you manage to get 6 or 5 rounds in your favor, it will be quite good for yourself, because when you go to the attacker side, you don't know what tactics or what strategies like Prime 5 is having in this particular map of Heaven to just fix it up and to get all those picks in the defense as well. So like just relying on what you are going to do or what are you going to perform in the attacker side won't actually get you the success. So it's better that Septem Exierant just start now to buckle up their gears and get those comeback rounds down, because if another 2 more rounds goes in the favor of Prime 5, it will be really tough for Team SC to come back in this particular map.
Showing a comeback, writing a comeback story has never been so difficult. I'll be very honest over here, but I think Beast is being pretty dominant here, not loving. He is lurking, and he is the sentinel for the team. His trap fires are definitely doing all the wonders required for the team. And talking about sentinel, we have got Mr. Red as well, once again going for the same setup of the garage. Let's see if that is going to work or not. Trick trying to not enter through garage, trying to peek in through the mid, and Turret is going to definitely buzz in as soon as the player hops in towards the site, and they already have one swarm grenade placed here.
The swarm grenade might just make some difference, but Trick has already entered the side. They get dashed in, but Cypher will get 1, will get the 2, might just get a triple. Yes, he gets the 3k done, but eventually Trick is also waiting. He's also waiting very nicely. He might just get another, and with that a 5-0 scoreline stays. While I believe Prime 5, they're getting the economy done. They might just go for the operators very soon. We might just see. There is a possibility that there is a chance anybody from the side of Prime 5 can take the operator. But I really want to see some op shots from the side of Jet or anybody. But we can see the Cypher top fragging from the side of Prime 5 with 12 solo kill points.
12 solo kills and many more to follow. 0-5, and they are dominating on the attacker side. Look at them, they have got total of 4 ultimates ready. Neural Theft, Rolling Thunder, Wall, as well as Hunter's Fury. But before I say that, Mr. Red with the Marshall is going to take down Trick. Hats is going to immediately trade it, so the frag is going to be equalized. It is going to be the battle of 4 versus 4, and Beast is still surviving. He's going to make the most use of everything that he has. He has placed cages on both the side and planted the spike. It is going to side B right now.
I believe this is going to be like a complete B rush, but for now, yes, this has to be one that Rolling Thunder hops in, but will it be able to see that control? Well, like they're going for the diffuse, but the Hunter's Fury might just get 1. They've got 1 down, but the HP, oh, it's critical. It's critical. Brainstorm arrives, but Missile gets taken down eventually. It's not happening. It's a 16 scoreline. Prime 5 secures another round for themselves. And what is happening with Septem Exierant? They're not getting the chance after securing the side, after getting that much of area for themselves, and they did not get this round in their favor.
They definitely did not get the round in their favor. 6-0. And let's see, on the attacker side, they have managed to pull all the triggers that they have. They have done everything that is required, and that is exactly why Prime 5 went ahead. On the attacker side, going flawless. Economy looks very clean, and if they are going ahead with the same speed, there's nothing that can stop them. And talking about moving in, they are moving in towards side A, and all through Suez, 4-1 stacking up. And there's going to be a total of 2 players waiting for them, and there's this sort of wait is not so easy, I'm very sure of, but the players are making a move. And from the Suez, are they going to move away? Trick is still going to stick in, Flash is going to come in, and the location has been revealed. Once again the Flash will be used, and the Sonic will make the most use out of it, getting the first frag for himself.
Pushed at around 6-0, it is going up, and almost 2 down for Prime 5. But still, after getting the picks, SE are not being able to just secure that entire round in their favor, and they have to go up. They have to play for the picks, otherwise it will be really difficult for them to make a comeback. It's already 6-0. You have got 5 more rounds after this one. So either way, if you don't manage to get this round or some particular rounds in this particular position, you're not going to get it, and Bridge gets him down. Eventually, this cross lane will be coming up, and the Omen gets shut down. Back-to-back rounds going out of the hands of Septem. But I believe Prime 5, they have got the buckles up, they've got the operator to the side of SC. They might just get the picks done, but the smokes, it was completely done. The lockdown has been set up by the side of SE, but will it be that much effective? That's the main question hopping up right now.
Well, is it going to be enough? Is it not going to be enough? But ultimately, the spike has been planted, and the kid is going to be missile going ahead with the scope and getting himself the frag. It is 2 versus 1, and last player, Trick,
one enemy remaining.
HP missile, is going to go ahead, take Trick down as well, sticking to the defuse, and this is the time Hatsa is going to push shut down to missile. It is 7-0. Clean streak right now, and do you expect 13-0 happening any sooner? Because the way Team Prime 5 is playing, I don't think there's anything stopping them from anything happening in future. And talking about ultimates, we do have one ultimate which is coming in from Sonic ready on the side of Team Septem Esports, and on the other side we have got 2 ultimates ready, which is Blade Storm as well as Neural Theft. Let's see how everything is going to function in. Let's see how they are planning to perform, because again we are going to spot 2 marshals, 3 sheriffs, and Trick is again going to move in. Flash for a while, drone will be sent, information shall be gathered immediately. Not much of information, immediate dash has been made, and the Trick is going to take down 1, and on attempt it was a no scope coming in from Hermione.
But at the same point of time, we get to the 7-0 scoreline, but the storm grenades will be eventually activated with Chosen. Oh, with that flash, we might just go for some picks. The positions have been revealed for now as the Cypher uses his ultimate. At this point of time, the cameras has already been set up. But at this point of time, 7-0, it might just turn up as 8-0. The man advantage is not anybody's favor. It's a complete 3 versus 3 fight. We can see an Astra is going up with the smokes as well as his moves. But for now, another player has been taken down. So it comes down to a 3 versus 2 scenario. Might be. It's going to be 8-0 maybe. And if it turns out to be a 12-0 or 11-0, I'm quite afraid that SE won't be able to sustain the win in this particular map.
Absolutely, the things are already falling apart for Team SC right now, going for the false defuse, and let's see if it's going to work in or no. Gravity well has been well placed, and has been going to use it right on time, getting the frag. Red has been taken down already. It is going to be 3 versus 1, and they're going to go ahead, save their weaponaries, and Hermione very well know how important that Vandal is going to be when they are all lost in terms of economy. 0-8 will be the score right now, and we are going to see Missile with the operator. Jet and operator duo is going to be one of the strongest one. Talking about Sonic being the highest fragger for the team with only 5 frags, and we can say that all the teammates are going equalized way. They all have 4 kills each. Hermione, Missile, Red on the other side. Beast is definitely dominating, and let's see how long is he going to dominate, because on the attacker side they are doing everything that they have planned for, and we very well know they are not going to stop either on the defender side, because the fight is not only on the attackers or defender side. If you talk about the firepower as well, they are overpowering right now. And talking about overpowering, what can be stopped, what can't be stopped, that time is going to show us. Talking about Kyojin, Mr. Red, Sonic, Missile, Hermione, for a while when the face was a little calm, face was a little composed, that is all long gone. And talking about the current situation, well, they are looking stressed. They are in terms of exchange of words, because if they don't exchange their words now, it might end up heading for the never, because if they don't change their strategies, this is the right time to change it. If they want to go for a timeout, this is the right time, because they need to do something out of the box, because everything is pretty understood. Mr. Red is going to stick into the garage doors. Hermione is going to go flash it immediately on the B side, or you can call it a B window. And how long will that work is going to be a question. Talking about Casper, Casper is also being an initiator, double initiator setup, which they are willing to do. I think that is also working just about right. They are getting double information. Talking about Casper right now has got 10 frags, only 2 players with the double digit frags, and economy is not the cause of concern in no time for Prime 5. It is going to be 8-0. Let's see how long are they going to go with the same sort of play.
So now eventually when we just see it around and 8-0 the scoreline is coming down to this particular stage, I'm quite afraid that they might just end up with a 13-0. We should not say that, but obviously when you talk about this kind of situations, there are pretty chances that it might turn up to that particular factor where we don't really want to see that kind of things happen, because we want both the teams to compete onto their strongest levels. But if they can manage to get those things right, we might just see that yes, Septem, Exierant can have a good comeback, they can have a good hold. But for now, 18 more seconds to go for this 9th round to get started. But eventually when the 9th round will get started, we might see some more shufflings coming out. But which team will it be? Is it going to be Prime 5 again, or is it going to be Septem who takes a first victory or first round in their favor? Their economy is completely broken at this point of time, but when you just see it in that particular stage, it's quite difficult to understand what's going to happen, because after not having the particular guns, it's really difficult to fight back.
Yeah, it does look a little difficult to fight back. And talking about fighting back, they have to make sure that they fight back somehow. They do the tricks required to perform very well, to change the strat. And I think this break is going to give some sort of changes. 8-0 might be able to change it real soon. Let's see how long is it going to change and how long it isn't going to change. Well, now the players do look a little confused. The players are looking a little concerned as well, and this has to be there, because it is going to be a now or never situation for the map of Heaven. Imagine reaching to 12 on score and the map is initiated. Well, the trap fires has been placed by Beast, and the players are trying to push in, and they are switching trap fires on site A. And let's see how everything is going to function.
Well, at this point of time, this round is very crucial for the side of Septem Exierant, because if they want to get these things right, if they want to settle the things right at this particular moment, they have to get the picks, and eventually you get to see the smokes are down from both the sides, and they have to manage up with the picks. And well, Prime 5, they've already lost 4 of the players, so it's a complete round. It should go in the favor of the SE, but if yes, of course, it secures it very well. 8-1 is the score, and the first round after a very long break, SE gets it for them.
And this is what the break was about, changing some strategies, at least getting one round into their favor, and this must be just the start. They've got From the Shadows ready as well, coming in from Sonic. On the other side, we have Blitzdorm and Rolling Thunder as well ready. Mr. Red once again not on the garage, is going for the B side control. Let's see if this sort of a change of setup. Well, talking about change of setup, once again heading towards the garage. They are sticking to the same pattern, but I don't know. Whatever changes were made are functioning pretty nicely.
Well, at the same point of time, the operator, well, I really want to know what is going to happen, because the alarm bot has been figured out. The first pick is already gets one down, but he won't be getting the second one. The Rolling Thunder hops in the side, and eventually Omen will be surprised. The 2 picks coming from the side of Stranger. Well, this again might be going in the favor of Prime 5, but then you get to see some shots. Stranger eventually get the he got diverted and eventually gets taken down. SC might just go with some good moves, but Well, this one Prime 5 with 3 down, a 3v3 fight again. We have seen plenty amount of times that this 3v3 does not work out from both the side, because especially from the side of Septem, they were not able to take down. But the target has been hit up, that has been marked with the operator. I believe like Missile have to get the picks done very fast, otherwise it won't be possible, because the spike is getting diffused and already the Reckon has been deployed. The shots were missed and he will be punished.
The location was compromised by the dart. I think that was all that was needed. 1 versus 1, and it is going to be Casper versus Kyogen. 2 IGLs against each other. Casper is going to win it again. 1 round definitely going into the team of T in the favor of team SE, but not for so long. Again, the form is back, it seems so. 9-1 will be the score line, except look at the ultimate status on the side of team SE. They have got total of 4 ultimates ready. Lockdown, Seekers from the shadows, Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder was wisely used right now for the side C, coming in from Stranger in particular to get the site entry. I think the functionality worked right on time, and this was exactly where they wanted to break the momentum coming in from the side of Septem Exierant.
But I really want to know what is going to happen at this point of time. 9-1 is the score line, but eventually when you talk about this, Reckon might just give some like breathing space to both the teams. But yes, the operator is set, the jet is coming, he might just not get another one. Missile gets strapped up, he gets doomed. But eventually when you talk about the Prime 5, they're getting the entry in the A side, what they really wanted for a very long time.
This is what exactly they wanted to do. Go ahead, and Hats is going to place the stars once again, and this divide is going to work wonders as well. No information is going to pass through, and they are going to cross the crosshairs, and Sonic will take down Hats. Well, nicely taken down. Trick is going to have a look on the heaven. There's nobody who is going to pop in, and at this point of time, let's see how everything is going to function in. Because for now,
one enemy remaining.
There's going to be 1 frag, and it is attackers winning it in.
Well, at this point of time,
Last
we get to
round
see
in
the
the half.
10-1 score line we have seen, and Prime 5, they are making a one-sided domination. It might be a 13-1 score line if they really can get the things right. This is going to be the last round for the first half, and eventually, if Prime 5 wins this, it's going to be 11-1, or if Septem wins it, it's going to be 10-2. But I believe Septem needs this round very much, because in the second half, if they even try to go for the attacking like this way, they might just manage. But it's really tough talking to this kind of situations. Getting 2 rounds or 3 rounds, it's really easy for Prime 5 at this kind of map, which they have chosen particularly. But getting multiple picks and multiple rounds in the favor of like SE, it's really difficult.
Down A.
Definitely, it does look more than difficult. Let's be honest here. But talking about the players surviving right now, it's 4 versus 1. SE has got 4 players alive, and as soon as I say that, they have been reducing the numbers all the way to 2 remaining on the side of Prime 5. This might be the round where they might be able to win it, and as soon as I say that, Stranger is going to take down Mr. Red. 3 versus 2. Kyogen with the Spectre, and they are going to make a move in here. And there's no side commitment, at least not yet. Let's see which side are they willing to move in, which side are they willing to take in. And I think now finally they are trying to get an entire control. Spike will be planted, and it is going to be double utilities coming in from the side of Breach surviving in from Septem.
One enemy remaining.
For so long.
Last player standing.
Sonic pushing in, 1 player down. Second, almost low on HP with the crosshair placement, and with the 4K, Casper is going to win the round and also plant the spike. 1-11 will be the score.
Switching
line.
sides.
With that, we get to see 11-1. 2 more rounds for Prime 5 to secure the first map in their favor, and eventually we want to see that this kind of things are going well enough for their side. But yes, it is going to be a big, huge defeat for the side of SE, because this first match loss will eventually lead to a 1-0 scoreline in the BO3, which is ultimately getting a huge impact on the side of this entire quarterfinals, because 1-0 lead is also some momentum that Prime 5 will gain. And the way they are playing, Tanya, I'm really quite afraid what is going to happen in the second map we are going to face up after this one. Because if Prime 5 continues to go like a brutal domination like this, SE will be completely shattered out in their favorite map as well.
Well, I'll be pretty honest here. They have proven their worth, and talking about Prime 5 in particular, map pick right on point, the sides right on point, and now on the defender side, all they have to do is just move one step ahead and they're going to reach towards match point. Everything will be done and dusted in no time, I'm pretty sure about it. Well, Spike will be carried by Kyojin right now. The IGL is going to take all the responsibilities. We are going to see double ghost and half shield coming in from Sonic. On the other side, we're going to witness total of 3 ghosts coming into the usage, and how they are going to function is going to be the question. And there's no side commitment, at least not yet. 10 more seconds remaining to make a move, and on the defender side we can see side C, they have left it open. Some utilities might sure be placed there, and no, ultimately the player is also trying to make a move, and the player is going to be stranger there. Garage definitely looks a little clustered, and as soon as I say that, Hermione is going to push into the sewers, and it is the replay that I'm talking about. A little extra aggressive player, taking out some picks, taking down some kills. Everything that was supposed to be done was right on time.
Well, at this point of time, last 2 rounds we get to see from this side, and Prime 5, will they be able to secure this one? The timeout has been taken, like 10 seconds. They are planning, they're discussing the things that they may just do, but I believe this match, it's quite over for Septem, we might say, because from this stage, if you even talk about Tanya, from this stage the comeback is way too impossible, and if this continues, well, I would say that it's not at all possible, at least from my side. Prime 5, they've got every advantage in the end. What a play they have made in this Haven.
They have performed exactly as they had to, and the Beast in particular has literally given a shocker. Being the Sentinel, being the top fragger, Cypher, lurking around, going for the back flanks, I think Beast has been one of the key players to watch out for. And of course, IGL of the team was also working about right to support the perfect Beastie play coming in from Beast. But talking about Kyojin, getting 1 or 2 rounds was definitely not sufficient enough. And talking about in particular this pistol round, let's see how are they going to function henceforth, because with only one step away on for the team Prime 5, there's not much more to talk about here, because they are very close to it, and side A is going to be extra committed. They are pushing in through the floor.
Well, we have to see it around, as well as when we talk about this kind of scenarios, there are multiple things happening at this point of time. When you talk about 11-1, the scoreline, eventually they will be punished, and one by one the players have been taken down. Prime 5 are now down to 3. This 4 versus 3 contest. The HP of Breach is very critical, but if you talk about
Scoreline.
Silence.
One enemy remaining.
And talking about the scoreline right now, it is 2 players, not so easy, and it is going to be more than difficult, because showing a comeback, winning 10 consecutive rounds does look impossible to me. But I like how they are trying to go pick by pick on the defender's side, unlike what they did on the attacker's side. And unlike, they did not try to do that exactly on the attacker's side though. Let's see how they are going to function in. Talking about side C, they are trying to get in the entry, and Trailblazer is going to spot Casper here, dash, updraft, cloudburst. Missile might be able to get the one, and is going to take down Casper. IGL is gone now. Without IGL, will the team be able to win this round?
Well, I don't know what's gonna happen, but definitely this one, after like when we just come down to
Missile once again. It is going to one down, holding a good angle. Spike has been planted. It is a 4. Are we going to witness an ace? No. Mr. Red is going to take away the ace card here, and it is going to be 3 red.
well, it's going to be a great round. It's coming out from both the sides as we see, but after getting this beautiful flawless round for the side of SE, they are trying to make some comeback. Is it possible, Tani, even like from this particular stage, like they are making this beautiful comeback, but I don't know what's gonna happen next.
Certainly, they are trying to write some comeback stories, and now writing these comeback stories is going to be very difficult. They got a little late here, but they have to keep on trying. Casper definitely has gone beyond the limits, pushed all his limits, and performing better than what everything has to be done here. Talking about Casper right now, well, pretty clean. Casper is holding a good angle here. and smokes will be placed. Now Casper getting some frags, realizing that Casper should not be allowed to peek in to get those required frags. It is 5 versus 5. Blitzstorm is ready on the Septem Exierant side.
Hopping up, but 12-3 the scoreline. Septem, they're trying to make some comeback, but like one more round for Prime 5, they get the victory, but there's still almost, if you talk about 10 rounds for side of Septem, it will be like next to impossible.
Spike
But
down,
they managed to
C.
go at least far by like 8 or like 9. They can actually finish up in like a respected position. And they might say, yes, we have tried our level best, we
Spike
have made our
down,
comeback,
C.
and right now slowly and gradually
Last
they're
player
getting the
standing.
like start, they're getting those ideas of how to just make things happen very nicely.
Defenders
And
win.
eventually the last round, which has been secured, goes in the favor of Prime 5, and with that, this match goes in the favor for them. And what a win from the side of Prime 5. A brutal domination on the map of Heaven, but a particularly great match for them.
Absolutely. Sheer dominance we can call it, because they did not allow to write any comeback stories. And as soon as I say that, Casper literally went overboard. For the start, Beast did give a very good team support, much required one to build up the form. And once the form was picked, I think there was nothing that was stopping any of the players from going even back foot. They were ready to lose a player rather going for the rotation. And I think they were very aggressive with their play set. They were very aggressive with their mindset, and exactly this is what they had to do. And what they did was just
Well, see, there is like plenty amount of chances that we can just get at this point of time. Like, the beautiful match has been set up, and the prime example has been set up by the players of Prime 5. They have settled up the score. They have told us that yes, we are here to conquer, we are here to dominate, and we have shown the brutal domination that we actually carry among ourselves.
think that could have stopped the storm coming in from Prime 5. I'm talking about on the map of Bind, and this is not the selection coming in from Prime 5. Do you think we are going to expect something else happening here, or it is going to be the consistency continuing the way they have been starting the show? Do you think it is going to be all continued henceforth?
Well, I would say that this is just the beginning, and this will go on further. Notice that we see at this point of time, so it is going to continue, and they are setting a big example. Like, how are they popping up? But with that, we move on to the highlights for once, and we see how everything is going on at it. Let's just check it out very shortly.
Absolutely, highlights are going to make sure that we are going to appreciate the players furthermore. The player racing right in front of the open through the crosshair of the opponent, and this is not the garden to race into. You are racing into right in front of the face of the opponent, and Casper is not going to allow you to do that. He's going to put a shutdown to you. Not only that, Beast was also getting those required early picks. This was a triple from him, and then he was taken down.
And eventually, when you talk about this kind of situations that happen and the way they were playing, like the first few rounds, it went on a rampage for both the teams, and one by one the players were picked up so nicely by the players of Prime 5. It was so like mesmerizing to watch out that kind of finishes, that kind of shots from their end. But yes, this has to be a big lesson for the side of Septem, that they need to come back stronger in the next map, which it is going to be. Otherwise, they are going to get doomed very hard. And if you talk about like Prime 5, if they win the second map, which is in the row, they're going to win this BO3 and will seize a great spot in the next particular round, this SCS 2022.
Well, they are going to continuously, flawlessly go ahead with the same dominance. And I think for the start itself, if you go ahead, show your dominance, perform the best of the skills that you possess, other teams are going to get the vibes of feeling scared of you. And once you are able to fear the opponent, your performance already tend to slow down. And I think this is exactly what Prime 5 was up to, and they have been successfully doing it well. And right, they are also trying to, on the conclusive side, they went for a very strong round. Though early picks were taken, everything that they were trying to do, the players were lost all the way through, and then Trick was the one who was able to put the final frag, final nail in the coffin. And with that nail in the coffin, the very first map went into the favor of Team Prime 5. Enough of appreciation for Team Prime 5. On the other side, as soon as the sides were switched, as we have mentioned a little while ago about Heaven being the attacker friendly map, we did see some change of play skills coming in, and they were trying to create a line of fight where they could win the rounds, but unfortunately it was very late to create that line.
Of course, like they were trying their level best to make some comebacks, but when it came down to that particular stage where you have to be the one to, like, you, from that particular moment which they had the time that like Septem can make that comeback, then that particular round they did not start in that particular round. They started way too late, and it was quite impossible for them to make a good comeback, because eventually Prime 5, they have secured plenty amount of rounds which were completely unbeatable. And from that particular stage it was quite clear that if even if you see that like Septem is trying to make some comeback, they want to get those rounds in their favor, it was quite impossible for them, because the amount of rounds Prime 5 have secured in the very early stage, it was quite high. And from like getting 10 rounds back to back, it's not at all possible. And eventually like Prime had to get only just one round, and they eventually did that very nicely, and like final result came up as Prime 5's victory. So we are expecting some more and more stuffs to happen. But what will be the second map, Tanya? Because the second map's pick is done by Septem, so will they be having a bit advantage in this kind of scenario?
Well, talking about second map, particularly Bind, I want to see Bind and Cypher combo again. So will Beast go for the Cypher pick once again? Because I definitely like the play of Cypher, particularly in the map of Bind. Performing as a Cypher in the map of Heaven was already flawless, to be precise. Imagine playing into the Bind. It is going to be even better. And we are going to talk about map of Bind a little later. Right now, we are going to talk about the scoreline. Septem Exierant 3 is to 13, 13 going into the favor of Prime 5 Shaw. And talking about MVP, Sonic being the MVP for the team with total of 13 frags and 1.38 KD ratio. On the other side, Casper being very extremely destructive, 4.33 KD with total of 22 frags and average combat score of 339.
Well, with that, we get to see, like, if we talk about those picks, like Casper, he tried his level best from his side, and he did it very, very well. 22 solo kills is not a matter of joke, and it's like not a cup of tea for everybody. But definitely, if you see about Sonic, the Omen he have played, he did the smokes, he did what he has to do very nicely. Though he could not manage to get plenty amount of kills or rounds for his team, but still, if you like talk about like a single player cannot get all the rounds for your team. So if you talk about like KJ and Omen, they tried the level best. But if you move on to like a Jet, I'm really surprised to see both the Jets they're not getting the top. Like you see the maximum number of kill points in this particular match, as we know the duelists get more and more kill points to get the entry in the site as well. But I really want to see some duelists popping up on the top fragging list from the next map, maybe. But this defeat, a 10-round buffer between both the teams, it actually sets a prime example that if you want to make it up to that top mark, you have to get the picks, you have to get the rounds. Getting one or two players, getting some around 10-15 kill points won't actually help you out to get and see some rounds for your team and win that particular map.
Definitely. The switch of agents and getting the round into your favor is going to be tremendously awesome. And talking about the Jet play coming into the bind, I want to see the Raze and Showstopper coming in. And imagine somebody going as an initiator as a KO. Showstopper being nullified. I've got lots of imaginations coming in on the map of mine in terms of player picks, in terms of everything. But talking about the player Trick right now who went for the Jet against Missile, I think Trick had some better tricks up his sleeves. to get that KD of 1.27, and has as a controller getting a good round as well. I think overall, if we talk about the scorecard, we can literally see that Prime 5 had been dominating, and scorecard is giving justice to that. And Casper being the IGL for the team, being the MVP right now on the map of their own choice. I think everything is aligned right now, and if this is how the stars are going to be aligned, there's nothing that can stop Prime 5. At least not until the next map hops in, because now Septem Exierant going ahead picking the map of Bind is going to put a little bit of challenging role for Team Prime 5, because you also tend to come into the pressure when you know that this is the pick coming in from the opponent side.
Well, of course, and with that, when we just see around that this map, we have seen the picks. It was quite good. The breach was used very nicely by both the teams. I would say both the teams, they had got a good entry. They had got those sound cards done really well. But next map, which is going to hop in up, so we have to be ready, because as far as I'm not remembering the map which has been taken up by Septem, but definitely next map, it has to be very crucial. If Septem wants to remain in this quarters, they have to come up with some new moves, and yes, it is. Bind is the pick, and I'm quite afraid. Like, Bind is there, so we might just see Vipers. We might see like KJs, as well as some Omens or Brims might be used. But as we've seen, Tanya, like there was usage of Astra, so we might see Astra as well. We have to see it around, like which team is going to get this Bind. If Septem gets to win this map, they will be still in the competition, and this BO3 will end up in the map of Breeze, which will be the decider map.
Breeze is going to be the most difficult map to decide about how everything is going to function, how everything is going to work, because being one of the biggest map, once again we can call it a little extra attacker friendly map, because getting those retakes on the Breeze map on the defender side is not going to be any easier. And again, going for the mid route is always, we tend to see those early picks coming in through the mid. So one of the toughest map for me in particular. Fracture, enjoy to watch a lot, but yeah, I would have avoid playing it. So I know why Skyesports have given a ban to the map of Fracture. But my question is, why is the map of Ascent banned? Because imagine, Ascent is one of the most friendliest map, comfort zone, soothing map, and why would this map be banned?
Well, I believe, in my opinion, it might have a greater advantage to the side of SC and a disadvantage for Prime 5. We never know what's actually coming up on that particular city. But with that, in each and every map, where as we see, there has been some bans, there has been some like ups and downs, but I'm really looking forward to see the map of Bind, because as you told Tanya, that you're not quite friendly with the map of Bind, and as always, I always play Omen. So you see, as playing Omen, every map is quite familiar, but yes, getting the entry in the site of Bind, particularly in the A or B, whatever the side it is, it's really difficult. And Bind is particularly a map of defense. The defending side always gains an extra advantage, but if they anyhow manage, like in this particular round, when we actually see the defending side, they played really well. Prime 5, they actually overall in the attacking side as well as in the defender side played really well. But in this map, which is a completely defense side based map, will Septem get the chance to dethrone our beloved Prime 5, or Prime 5 is going to dethrone or eliminate Septem and win this match?
Well, it is best of three, just in case if Prime 5 is not able to win it. They do have Breeze in their hand, and I'm not expecting much of Omen play coming in on the map of Bind. If I have to talk about smokes on the map of Bind, it is going to be Brim that I'm watching out for, who is going to be the Brim on the map of Bind. In particular, I personally feel Brim has got a better upper hand as a controller on the map of Bind. Maybe post plant, I personally, this is my opinion though, players do have a different choices of play, just like you mentioned. On the map of Mind, you have got a comfort zone with the Omen play, and there might be other players as well. But I want to see if there's any player who is going with the controller. They shall be picking up, because I think this is going to be a little extra, because having this sort of a controller who can play post plant, who can play pre plant, and also Molly delaying the plant, I think it is going to be a mix of everything required. A little aggressive controller, I would say, in compared to what Omen can do.
Well, at this point of time, when we just see it, that Omen can be an X factor, as well as you can also use the Astra. You have got Astra as well
Yeah.
as for your side. You can also have Brimstone in this particular map of Bind, because like if you see, like Brim can have 3 smokes at a single time, so you might have some more advantage
Yeah.
with that. Omen has got 2. Astra has got multiple. Astra and Brimstone might be a good pick, but eventually the blinding has to be done. Reina can also be picked as a duelist, or Jet might be on a very priority list. You have to see around, like every player has got their individual comfort zone or comfort characters or agents they have to select in each and every map. So I'm really looking forward to what actually comes down in the agent selection time, which agents will be picked in this particular map of Bind by the players of Septem as well as by the players of Prime 5.
I'll be very honest. I want to see the Rays play coming in from behind Brim as a controller. Let's see who is going to be the Sentinel, because we did not get to see Chamber. I think Nerf might be the factor where we did not get to see Chamber as a Sentinel, or maybe it was just a comfort zone on the map of Heaven. KJ has been there into the circuit from way too long, so going ahead with the safer bet, rather going for the trial and error play. And on this particular map, we can expect a double initiator setup once again, or maybe double sentinel as well. Either of the way, it is going to be this. But once again, duelist has to be one. You don't need much of duelist to work out with, because frags are being taken either way. Right now, even if we talk about Beast going in as a sentinel cipher, was a top fragger for the first half of the for almost 6 to 7 rounds consecutively, until Casper was totally charged up. I think that until then, it was all about Beast plays.
Like when Casper actually got charged up, he was like, I'm gonna get everything what I want. I'm gonna get everything, like kill point I want from that particular moment, and he just got on a rampage. He got 1, 2, 3 picks, 3k, 4k, whatever he wanted, he got that. And eventually the Haven map, actually, I'm really astonished by the performance of Prime 5, because at this particular quarterfinal stage, when you're facing one of the best teams in the region of Bangladesh, and beating them
Yeah.
like with a 13-3, well, they managed to seize 2-3 rounds. That's normal. You get to see 2-3 rounds particularly captured by the opponent. That's all fine, but beating with a 10-round difference, it's really huge. And in such a big stage where you like Skyesports Champions Series, ROSA quarterfinals, and you're beating a team with 13-3, the amount of confidence boost that they have got, Tanya, I'm quite like
Yeah.
afraid that what is going to like shower up in the map of Bind. If any sort of mistakes come from side of Septem, I guess they're going to be doomed.
Absolutely. They have created the fear factor, and with that factor, much things can be achieved. Early picks, maybe, or the delayed rotations, they can create a storyline as in what they particularly want to write. But we shall not be talking about a little lesser about Septem Esports, one of the finest team from their particular region, and they have been qualified until here. So choosing a map wisely, choosing the side wisely, this shall be the U-turn where they are going to be the nightmares. You really don't know about how the tables turn here. We have seen these sort of things happening. A team entirely taking away 13-0 round, and then as soon as the map is switched, they are literally being taken down by 13-0 scoreline. Though we did not witness such scoreline, at least not yet, and talking about players, Casper continuing with nothing but his very own SOA initiator Beast going in as Astra, as you mentioned, Trick as a Raze. I am happy to see some showstoppers hopping in, Stranger going in as a Breach, Hats as a Sentinel Sage, and on the other side, Nikros, please walk us through.
Well, on the other side, we get to say Septem with the Chamber. We get to see like Chambers has been used. Like Tanya, we just thought that Chamber might not be used, but they have got the pick right. Sova is being used by Hermione, and then you get to see Sky. We get to see from Mr. Red. Then Raze, as you mentioned, you want to see some Raze action, Tanya. You get to see from both the sides. But as for smokes, again, the Brimstone is getting used. Astra is being used. There's no Omen. I am a bit sad about it, but no, there's nothing to worry. I hope in the next round we might just go to Breeze and might Omen. Though there are very like less chance seeing an Omen in the Breeze map, but we never know what kind of tactics each and every team is having. But for now, as we look into this kind of the agent selections that has been done in this SCS 2022, this quarterfinals of ROSA, it's going on between Prime 5 and Septem Exierant, where Prime 5 is leading with 1-0 scoreline, and particularly when we see in this kind of matches, Prime 5, they've got some aggressive picks. They've got a breach in their lineup, as you say, Tanya, and this breach might just breach all the traps that will be set up by the attacker's side. That is going to be Septem.
Well, I'll be very honest about it. I get to see Brim, as you mentioned. I get to see Raze. All the actions are going to be hopped in right on time. But over to you. You wanted to see some Astra plays as well. So Beast, I think he heard you somehow and is switching his entire role all the way from Cypher as the Sentinel towards Controller as a Astra. He did wonders as a Cypher. Let's see how is his performance going to be on in terms of being an Astra. Smokes are going to be very helpful. But now looking at the comparison of the smoke, they are the timeline for the smoke. I think Sonic has got a little upper hand here. Their chosen map and they are initiating on the attacker's side. Do you think they are going to go ahead with the same set of play how P5 went in, because they did not give a single chance on the attacker side, how they started on the map of heaven? And if this is how they're going to play, I think Bind might be the equalizer. 1-1.
The equalizer has to come up, you see, Tanya, because if this one is not getting into the side of like equalizer, Septem is already getting a lose in this quarterfinals. And I believe whenever a team wins in any BOC or in any match, he gets an extra advantage in any kind of tournament. When you see, like, if any team is winning, he has got some extra peripheral advantage in the entire tournament, or in that particular like quarterfinals or semi-finals. He's having some benefits, that whether he's going to some in the next round in a very easy way or otherwise. Look at the face of Beast, Tanya. He's quite happy right now, I guess.
Well, who would think they deserve to be happy? They deserve to be into that zone, and they are also on the verge of exchanging some words. They are prepping up. They are creating some strategy. I think that is exactly what you have to do once the match is about to start on the map of Mine. On the other side, we can see that Kyojin, Mr. Right, they're also having smiles on their faces. Nothing changed. Nothing has changed for them. I think the map of Mind is going to give an extra shine towards their smile.
Well, I believe they have admitted that after all, this is a game. You see, it's a competition where either you lose, either you win. That's all, the 50-50 ratio. Between these two teams, one team is going to win, another one is going to get the loss. They have to face the loss. But eventually, when we see it around, the second match of this first BO3 of Rest of South Asia quarterfinals between Septem and Prime 5. While Septem is losing with a 1-0 scoreline, Beast is coming a bit aggressive. He's got the Ghost. Oh my god, the Brimstone is coming up. Some shots will be taken. Eventually the damage has been done, but Beast will be shut down. 1-1 loss from both the sides, Tanya, and we can see that side entry in the B might be a bit easier for this, like for the attackers like Septem.
It is not going to be any easier. With every passing map, with every passing round, the comfort zone is going to be even more clear, and I think that is exactly what the players are trying to do. They are going for entirely A stack. Let's see all four players pushing it in through A main, and there's going to be only one player waiting for them. And again, some change of mind. Are they taking A and then moving to B? I think this is exactly what they are trying to do. They are trying to cluster all the players on the defender side of Team Prime 5. They are trying to make them all move away from side B, but little do they know that one player is not going to move away, which is going to be Stranger. It is going to be Classic here, and the flash is going to reveal the location somehow.
And with that, when we just see the location, the wrecking dart has been revealed. The shock dart might is going to give a good amount of damage, but it did not happen that way. The spike will be eventually planted out by the players of Septem. But yes, one of the players, if I'm not wrong, is coming with backstab. One down, Prime 5 now down to 2, 3 versus 2, 2 versus 2 situation. The picks are getting done. each and every time. Raze is not looking in a quite good mood while Stranger is chasing after him. Missile has to be the one who can get the openings, but Stranger, oh my god, he's just like surviving very
enemy
low
remaining.
HP while Trick is trying to defuse this one. Raze is the solo survivor being in like a 6 HP. This round goes in the favor of
player
Prime 5.
standing.
Whether he gets one pick down, gets a retaliation trade, entire squad of Septem gets wiped out, but still, it was the first round, but Prime 5 with that again, that particular momentum starting at the 1-0.
They lost the very first round of their very own pick. Beast was the man to get the first frag, but immediately the trade was hopping in. There was nothing that could have changed that case of scenario. It was 1 versus 2, and one player sticking. It was very typical way of defusing the spike. One taking the frag, one sticking to the defusal, and I think everything worked right about exactly the team Prime 5 wanted. But let's see if this is going to function every single time. It is going to be the mix of Ghosts, Sheriff against the Spectres. So the round shall be able to again go into the favor of Team Septem, Team Prime 5. But it is going to be the case of scenario or no. But as soon as I say that, the are pushing now. That is something strange.
Well, we never like it's something just going like an aggressive gameplay. They don't want to play defensive, they want to go for an offensive side, and eventually they are getting these rounds, they're getting that Spectre with them. He gets one down, shuts 3 down. Trick is the man. Write his name onto some like rocks. This man, like, what is Prime 5 up to? They have to understand, Tanya. They're in the defending side. They're not even attacking. They're going with an aggressive stance, like as if they're not like defending at this point. They're going like they're on the attacker's side, and they have to get the picks to get the site entry. But that's turning out to be a nightmare for Septem, because the start has been so brilliant by the players of Prime 5. Really afraid it might turn up as another heaven map.
Oh, well, let's see if that is going to be case of scenario, because Bind is the choice of Team SE, and they cannot afford to lose it with the same fashion of 13-3. Casper sending the drone to get the information. Will he be able to tag? And indeed, he's got the required information. He was also able to tag, and the stars are being placed by Beast. Let's see if he's going to be the same Beastie player once again. Casper into the hookah, shall be able to go 1 versus 2 with the spray, but before that it is going to be Kyojin going ahead with the grenade, and Trick coming in, getting a double.
remaining.
Beast also getting
down,
one frag for
B.
himself. Hermione, of course, is going to take 1 down. Beast is going to get 1 more frag. Last man standing, and it is going to end up 3-0.
Well, eventually, when we just talk about this kind of scenarios, yes, the start has been done. It has been created. It might just turn up as a 3 first chamber. Either way, I believe he's going to save it, because I don't see him nearer. He's coming from the side of hookah. Might just have some tries to get those picks done, but and eventually that's another round getting seen by players of Prime 5. But I believe my caster's curse is happening.
Is the caster's curse real or no? We are going to wait to see real soon. But as soon as I say that, we've got 2 ultimates ready on the side of Prime 5. We have got a showstopper ready and Rolling Thunder as well. The players are in exchange of words. I really don't know what do they have to do exactly to work everything into their favor. And if you have a look at Stranger and Beast, they are looking pretty calm, pretty composed, because they have everything that they wanted, and I don't think there's anything that they would want to change here. Kyojin trying to push in, but it is going to be wall op that is already placed, and Sonic is going to ditty right with the prime knife. Let's see if they're going to get the side entry any easier.
Well, this side entry might be a bit hampering, but when you see around there, yes, the walls, the random shots, they're making brilliant connection. Hats gets 1 down and damages as a collateral damage. You get to see another player. If I'm not wrong, it's going to be Raze, who caught a brutal damage. Eventually, he will be healed up by Sky. Still, Sonic is not quite aware. 1 player is exactly beneath him, standing. Yes, he has changed the position. Sage has went to the box's side. He's got a Phantom, but eventually will be shut it down. Boombot will be used to speak. He's coming from the side of Bath, but eventually the man advantage is there. Prime 5, and the headshots are making quick connections at this point.
Well, because this is a classic, and I really don't know versus the Sheriff, and I really don't know how did he manage to pull it through. It is a 3v2 though. Still, the members' advantage going to the favor of Team Prime 5.
30 seconds left.
Well, at this point of time, we get to see like this kind
One
of
enemy remaining.
like rounds it's happening, but
Spike
still,
down
I would
A.
say that Prime 5 will get another round. And oh my god, what's happening? I'm really astonished to see, because as we see that Prime 5, they're getting multiple rounds in their favor. And let it be Heaven, let it be Bind, the aggression that this team holds, it's quite heavy as in comparison with the Septem, because they're not getting aggressive, they want to play tactically. But what Prime 5 is actually doing, Tanya, I guess they are playing on picks, and eventually the way they are playing, it's tremendous. The picks they are getting in each and every round, they're getting whenever the picks they need. And even if you talk about the like kill points, if I'm not wrong, is it 11 kill points instead of like 3?
I missed to watch it, but I think 11 kill points or no, it is just the show of perfection. Kyojin going in with the showstopper, will he be able to get a single as well? No, showstopper is not going to deliver exactly how he wanted it to be precise, and now the spike will also not be planted. Missile will be able to take down the 4K taker, but if the 4K taker is taken out, still everything is under control. It is 3 versus 2, and they do have entire side control. Hats just missed the crosshair placement. The moment Hats moved away, it was Missile walking in through the crosshair.
Well, at this point of time, you get to see like
One enemy remaining.
yes, the resurrection will be used eventually. You get to see Sova has been backed up. Probably. Okay, the Wrecking Dart has been shown up to the teleport and might be going in the side of B to get the reveal done. But so Sky to get the pick, he will be shut down, and Stranger gets the final pick. Again, another round goes in favor of defenders. And as I mentioned earlier, it is a map which favors the defenders side, and eventually Prime 5 are playing really well to hold that side in their particular favor. And the way they are playing, Tanya, I'm quite again afraid that another Haven is incoming.
Another is looking like a few rounds away, 5-0. And I'm very sure it is not going to happen 13-0 any sooner. We are going to see some changes coming in, some timeouts happening.
You want
and
to play? Let's play.
barely Prime 5 is looking that they are playing on the defender's side. And this is exactly what my perception is. They are pretty aggressive on the defender's side. They don't need to do it. But still they are playing for picks. And I think this is exactly what Prime 5 is about. Attackers or defenders. And getting one more and a flawless round. No, not the flawless. Indeed, they did lose one player, 6-0.
Well, I would say a good round that was on, like, you get to see a prime example that they are going and playing up for picks. Eventually, all the players are getting the picks which is required. They're not shutting themselves up inside the side and not holding the angles so that they're going to wait for the enemies or the players of Septem to enter the side, and eventually after that they can manage themselves to get those skill points for themselves. But Septem, they are not getting the picks what they require to win this match, and eventually it is turning as a disastrous moment. Reckon will be used, and meanwhile Wrecking Dart gets some well, but oh, what a shot by Trick. He gets one down, but another boom bot will be hopping up. Might just get the location of Soa with that drone, but Hats is ready. He's got the Vandal popping up. He's just going with a backstab, and I don't think they are quite aware. Casper, he's waiting, and get to see Beast. There's a single tap to be done. Kyojin has to make the fallback. He's the Igel. He needs to make the fall, but eventually Hats got what he wanted, and one by one the players of Septem are getting taken down. Trick is ready. He might just get none, but he whiffed it, while Sonic makes that connection, and SE is still in the game with a 2-3 scenario. Two of the players exactly sitting under the Heaven, and it might be difficult for Septem to fight.
Well, it does look extremely difficult, except they do have two ultimates ready, and he is going for it. Who is going to be deep fried? No one through that, but he's going to get the pick. Stranger has going to be taken down. Casper, where is the Casper that we watched into the map of Ascent, in the map of Heaven, because he is bottom tagger right now. Sonic will be planting the spike, 1 versus 1, except Sonic has got very low HP. Is it going to be a round where 6-1 is going to happen? Smoke is going to block the vision, and that vision block worked wonders. Finally, we get to see Septem Esports getting one round into the map of their very own choice, and they are literally taking the breathers.
Well, they need to get this kind of rounds more and more. Like, they don't want to see like same thing happen as of heaven. And eventually they got the rounds, they got the picks they wanted, and that made that thing possible. Though they got those picks very precisely, that team beacon actually worked out for them very, very nicely. And with that, and indeed we can say one round has been secured by team Septem Exierant. But for now, they don't have a time to celebrate this victory because they're still lagging 5 rounds behind of Prime 5. If they want to win it, we can see Beast is having some thoughts of how to just take on whatever, like how to get the momentum back, because this is the round they need to acquire. They've lost one round, but I don't think it actually bothers them anymore
Yeah,
or any much.
it
Yes.
definitely doesn't bother them. They are looking into their comfort zone no matter what.
Like, one round, it's okay. Like, you can win it one round. We have got the economy strong. Even for Septem, the economy is not that much. They might just collect the guns. 2 or 3 players. I believe 2 players were remaining from the side of Septem. So they both have guns. They can give the buy to their teammates, and eventually this round is the buy round. So both the teams, they will be having those phantoms and vandals. So it is going to be another decider whether Septem can get another round in their favor, because if they does it, they are going to get a good comeback in this map of mind.
Well, is it going to be a comeback? Do you think, Nikros, that Prime 5 is going to give that room of opportunity? Are they going to allow them to write a comeback story? Because on the defender side, they are pretty aggressive. I really can't imagine what they're going to play on the attacker side.
Well, they're not playing defensive, Tanya, because I believe it's just the name that they're in defender's side. They were going aggressive. They were playing on picks. They were like they were not leaving the side and getting into the entry side. It's like, you are coming. Yes, we are also coming from this side. Let's have some chat. Let's have some fight, and let's see which one is the best one to get and win that conversation or the fight. So eventually, when we just see it around that Septem were losing in that kind of scenarios, and it was actually hampering their economy as well as their momentum that they were building. But SE, they're still broke, while we get to see that Prime 5, 7,000 almost. They've got those them to save up for an operator if they want to take it as.
Trick is playing all the tricks here, and I am sure you're going to agree to that point. And he is having a little ping issues, and that is what the break is all about. Well, if you talk about the kill points, look at Casper. Is he the same Casper that he was dominantly playing on the map of Haven? Now there is a great change of play set here as well. And on the other side, talking about Kyojin, he has been performing very well for quite a while, and he is going to continue to do so no matter what. And Sonic himself, if we compare the frags in particular, Kyojin is going to go ahead, being the top fragger, going to go for full buy with half shield. Now that is a force buy. And on the other side, if you have a look at Sonic, Missile, Hermione, and Mr. Red, they are again going to go for all vandals at full shields. Mr. Red does have an upper hand in terms of economy, will be able to buy one more full buy round next round, even if they lose it. And on the other side, 6-1 will be the scoreline. What do you think this break is all about? The change of strategies happening? Are they going to go for a retake, or are they going to go for a pick play?
Well, I would say that from Prime 5, then I don't think they will be having any different strategies from what they have done. If you see about Trick has got 14 solo kill points for now in his entire team, and he is the topmost fragger in this entire match. But accompanying him, you get to say Stranger as Breach. He's got 9 for himself. Then you get to say 6 for the side of Beast. Then it comes down to like Kyojin with 5, then simultaneously you get to see Sonic also making up to 4, but the picks in comparison, Septem has got very less, and that is the thing I was talking about, because Prime 5, it's all about the game of picks they're playing. They're getting the kill points, they're getting the openings whenever they need it, and that's completely dominating performance, and that is what you need to win this kind of matches. And the team, like, you're playing against a team who is Prime 5, who is very known for their aggression, and when you just come in front of them, you cannot afford to lose the 1v1 contest when what you are having inside that particular map.
And talking about SE once again, they have been performing very well into their nation. They belong to Bangladesh region in particular. They are one of the most dominant teams, considered dominant teams into their region. And let's see how are they going to perform in there. Well, talking about their performances, definitely there's something that is not working exactly how they want everything to be. But talking about Team Prime, they did put a great show on the map of heaven once again. They are able to put a great show on the map choice of Septem Team SE to be precise. Now talking about Team SE, they do have the set of skills required. They have gone for a lineup with double initiator lineup, and now that is exactly what you would want to go through on the map of mind. You need that information. Everything is on point. I really don't know what exactly is not working for them. Is it the form that they are not able to pick, or is it the pattern that they're trying to create which is not being built?
I don't know what's actually, like, to be honest, I also am not aware of what is happening wrong with Septem, like, because they have to get the things done. Like, you have to go for the picks, you have to get the openings, because you're the one who has to make the entry in this side, and for that you need to get those opponents players down. Then only you will be able to enter the side, and alongside you get to see Prime 5. They've got Raze, they've got Breeze, they've got Sova. You've got plenty of options to stop you from entering the sides. So I don't know what's gonna happen uh because when you just see it around that at this point of time, the 6-1 scoreline is lagging behind. And again, I believe this is the moment that players have came back to their particular positions, and right now Septem, they have to plan it out, they have to get the rounds it's what it's needed.
Well, they have got everything what is needed. They have been performing very well entirely into the nation. And talking in particular for the day, what exactly needed is they need to play for picks rather retake. And I think while playing for the retake, they are not able to achieve that retake because every single angle is hold they're at the hold very strongly coming in from Team P5 here. And Beast is doing good once again as an Astra or as a Cypher. But right now, Trick is doing wonders. He was Jet in the previous round. Right now, he is playing once again a duelist though as a race, and he is trying to get those entry frags. If not entry frags, he's also trying to give some finisher moves, maybe with the grenades, maybe with some showstopper skills. We did see those showstoppers also missing out. Now they cannot afford to miss those showstoppers.
Well, the showstoppers, yes, they have to make those things done. But eventually, when we talk about in this kind of scenarios, like Tanya, like I would say that Septem has got some gun skills. They've got the gun power, but I don't know anyhow they're not getting it up to the point. They have to come up with the picks, or either way is Prime 5. They're defending it really well, so it will be hard for Team Septem to hold on to the defensive side as well when it comes down to the switch. And already 6-1, I believe the players are getting ready, the face cams are being shown, that they have got a discussion time as well. You won't get this kind of that long time for like in the timeouts, so you have got a plenty amount of time while Trick is fixing up his internet connection, because I guess he's got some ping problems, so it will be fixed very shortly. And when he comes back, I don't think he's going to just set himself up, because as a raise he's just coming up, he's getting all the picks, he's getting all all the openings that his team wants.
Yeah, opening frags is something that they are looking forward to, but even if they are getting that opening frag, they are being traded out. So it's like nothing won, nothing lost. They are just equalizing it. And on defender's side, you cannot afford to lose a single player, or maybe on the attacker side, either of the side, you cannot afford to lose a single player. Well, let's see how we are going to conclude it henceforth, because 6-0 is fairly a very good play set or a score line coming in from Team P5. And as soon as I say that, they were able to get one round into their favor, which was 6-1, and Septem were able to get that one round. And now they've also got Hunter's Fury ready for them on the other side, they've got wall for Astra. Let's see how it is going to be utilized. And side A, 2 players, side B, 2 players, quite too common, nothing strange that is to be played. And side A, players are looking a little committed, but I'm very sure as soon as the match is going to start once again, we are going to expect some changes happening.
Like, as we see that, I believe that Septem is just looking forward to get into the A side, but eventually when you like talk about those paint shells and all coming from the side of Raze, it is very difficult. But that Raze is exactly facing some problems, but the technical pause has been taken up because it's, of course, in this kind of scenarios, it's really tough for anybody to hold on to this kind of grounds. But as we get to see this kind of scenarios, like Raze, the comeback of Trick is very much important for the side of Prime 5, because he's the one who's getting those multiple picks. Yes, Stranger is getting, even Beast, Hats, all the players are getting, but Trick is playing a very essential part, in my opinion, for the side of Prime 5. Getting those 14 or 16 kill points is not a matter of joke when you are playing in this kind of stage. And if you are getting that much of kill points for your solo self in a very competitive match, it's really something to be like boosted about.
Oh, well, talking about Trick, he is the top fragger, understandable. He did good work as a jet as well in the previous map. But what went wrong with Casper? He is bottom fragger, he is with 0 flags, and he is playing Soa once again. So there's nothing that has changed. He is the IGL of the team. Is it the pressure that is causing him, that it is the opponent favoring map, and I want to make sure that my team survives? And I think he is able to do the perfect IGL. No matter he's not able to get the frags or no, he is able to make sure that the team functions absolutely well. And for the start, it was the first pick coming in from the defender side, and I don't think that the firepower is any lesser from either of the side. Both the teams are very well prepared, very well equipped, and everything is just about right. Maybe Team SE is it's not their day today, at least not until now. The day can be changed though.
Yes, there are some possibilities that this day or this particular map can also be changed right now, Tanya. But we move on to the highlights and how they have managed to get those rounds one by one. They have secured pretty decent shots, like rounds, and they've got the picks, they've got the kill points. But well, it's not that easy as we say, because they are the players those who are facing these circumstances and eventually facing up that competition. But the way the players of Prime 5 are playing, I'm really afraid that anything can happen. And as we just see, 5-0, 6-0, the scoreline went down, and after that it came down to the particular round where Septem actually tried to make that comeback possible. The fastest round, one of the most fastest round I would say I've ever seen, because that round particularly when like Prime 5 finished up the game in an instance. But after that, this particular round, which actually changed the genre, while SE, they got multiple picks. The takedown of Trick was the actual factor, I would say, Tanya, because for myself, because if Trick would have survived, it would have been really tough for the players of Septem to make that comeback possible.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely. Talking about Sonic, well, he was able to use the orbital strike right on time to move the player, and this is exactly why I wanted to see Brim on the map of mine. It's not necessarily important that you need to get those eliminations. You need those frags through the orbital strike. You can play it offensively as well as defensively. For that particular range of time, all he wanted was the side entry, and he used the orbital strike, realizing that there's some player just below the hookah wall, and he used the orbital strike, which forced the opponent to move away. Now, as soon as the player moves away, he gets himself the frag, gets the side control, and then he still had the smoke to work out with. I think Brim definitely worked wonders, but was it a one-time wonder? They need to continue to do something astonishing, something unique that the opponents cannot pre-predict. Because talking about Bind, it is one of the oldest map. Talking about the agent selection, the agent lineup is also way too old. Nobody is picking up Chamber, nobody is going for the Neon. So these are the basic agents that have been played for way too long, and this is exactly what I was talking about. using orbital strike, getting the frag, getting the site control.
30 seconds.
Well, I believe, and with that, we get to see this match resuming very shortly. Maybe we have to wait for some more time, because Trick, I believe he's coming back. Yes, he is back again, and meanwhile, the map is going to start again. The map of Bind is ready, and it's all set to welcome Trick again in this map. And well, 6-1 is the scoreline. Trick is back. You can see this knife hovering on his hand. You see this RGX knife. He's showing it off, but yes, that a beautiful operator. One pick. Here you go. Here you go. He's waiting for the pick. Come on. Still waiting. The A site entry is all set for Septem. Whichever person who picks at this position will be doomed, and Trick is denying the fact, but he gets one down, and that's how Trick plays. Whether the Hunter's Fury will be utilized or not, he's not getting that chance to get those picks done. But still, one down for the side of Septem, one down for the side of Prime 5, and still the game is on. Well, you get to see Missile holding on to that path area. Astra will be using for the ultimate, but meanwhile he gets one down as well. Collateral damages, 3-2 score, and it's happening while we get to see that Trick, he is giving that cover fire, which is very needed, but Sonic will be shut it down. So it's 3 versus 1 coming up in Septem. We're on the verge of losing another round. Eventually, people will be down as well.
A good triple coming in from Trick once again, and they are going to get the defusal, but it was a good play. Like, the wall was utilized about right. It felt for a while that they have used it against their own defense system, but somehow the flashes they were trying to send in did not function exactly how they wanted it to. Sometimes, if I'm not mistaken, it was a team flash for once, let alone once, it was a twice team flash, and that was the last thing any team would want to do that, and it was a mistake. And it was one time team flash, and one time it was the defender's flash, to be precise. But somehow you don't want your teammates to flash. But it is Sky, it is Valorant, expect the unexpected, and right now the scoreline is 7-1. The players are trying to push in through the hookah.
Well, this hookah push, will it be like efficient enough to get the plantation done, and then you can get to see those beautiful openings? But as I mentioned earlier, Prime 5, they're not playing in a defensive role. They're going with the aggressive stance. They're going with the aggressive style they're carrying out within themselves. But yes, of course, they have to be efficient. While one player down, might get another. Casper, the IGL factor is walking up for the side of Prime 5, might just get some healings, but won't get that chance, because both the side, when you see Danya, both the healers are down from Prime 5 as well as Septem. Meanwhile, there is 3 versus 4 situation standing up. Well, SC might have some chances. He gets some shots done, but eventually he will be taken down by Casper. Still, the game is on. It's a 3v3 contest, and I don't know why they used this like Sheriff. They could have gone for at least Spectre. It would have been very much useful for them.
It could have been extremely useful for them, but now it is all gone, and it was a paint shell finisher coming in, last player standing, and the spike control will still be into the hands of Team AC. Will he be able to go ahead, plant the spike, because the players are also making move from P5, and do they know that there's a player into the elbow, going for the recon and plant, and there's a shutdown with the triple coming in from Casper, and this is the Casper I was waiting for long back. 0 frags was a while ago when the pause was taken, and as soon as I say that, this break changed the momentum into the better side for Team Prime 5, and now all 3 frags taken in single round, and the score of 20s have already been achieved by Trick. Stranger also reached into double digit, and on the other side for Team SC, all players into the single digit score line. Though they do have all the Vandals and Phantoms, all ARs with full shield. On the other side, Trick will go ahead using an operator.
I'm still concerned. It's turning up. There's no doubt right now, Tanya, that it's turning up as the second heaven, with Prime 5 having the lead eventually. When you talk about they have got the pigs done, they're going for teleports to just plant it off, and they might just enter. They manage to fall back from the particular position and they try to get the entry done in the B side. But when we see around the A side, you get to see 2 players. That is going to be Raze, will be one of them, who's got the operator holding in the heaven. He might have some connection, or maybe he's trying to get some hold. He's coming down to that particular long lane. But in this one, the Hunter's Fury will be used by Casper.
down,
Gets
B.
3 shut down. Oh my god, Casper! What was that coming from his side? Even the shock darts won't have a good connection.
One enemy remaining.
He also delivered a little bit of team damage, but that is not going to get affected. Stranger on the course is going to get a pick for himself. It is all about Missile surviving 1 versus 4. Missile will be able to take down Stranger. Trick with the operator, and I'm very sure it was a teleporter move. Realizing that Missile moving in there from there, Beast also wanted to go ahead, get the frag, and the cover fire was also set up. It was like a Trick going ahead with the operator. And talking about the Hunter's Fury, I think this was by far the best Hunter Fury witnessed. 3 frags with 1 ultimate. What else would you want to see here?
Well, and that too made some brilliant connection. The first shot made 1 down. The second shot, they did a bit amount of damage, but the third one, actually, with that particular single shot, he got 2 players down. But right now,
You
as
want to
we see,
play?
we've
Let's
got the
play.
operator. They're entering from the bar side. Might have just be whiffed a bit. It is possible that the boom bot might not be used because it took a lot of time. The drone will be used by Sova. Eventually, the 2 reports is being used by. Chamber is using that one.
Spike
Still
down
9
A.
programs turning up in Prime 5. They want to make this lead happen, but yet Sky gets shut down. The ultimate has been used by Sky. Won't actually reveal the position, but 30 HP. He's surviving. Sage needs to give him the healing, but Sage is carrying that Odin, putting the shots. Missile gets it done, but whiffed in the second, but eventually the second round goes in the favor of Septem, and aside
Last
maybe from the side of Septem, because eventually after securing this particular round, Tanya, they will be a bit relieved.
They might be feeling a little better, but will they be able to reach the curse line to 9-3? Though I don't personally believe in the curse score lines. It was Tour de Force versus Odin, and we very well know that Tour de Force, 1 shot, 1 kill, and exactly wisely done. And not for so long, he was taken down later on, and I like the way how they went for the retake. They allowed everything. They allowed the side entry. They literally wanted to go slow, and I think going slow on the attacker side is functioning pretty well for Team SE. Now attackers are going for the mindset of what exactly defenders usually do, and on the defender side this time they are also not going very aggressive, and Trailblazer might be sent in to give some information which is destroyed, and I think this is exactly what had to be done.
Well, I believe it will take a bit sort of time, but eventually when we just see it around, it is actually going in a great match as we see, Tanya. And after seeing this kind of scenarios, we are really expecting to, like, the way Prime 5 is playing, it's so exceptional that team might just finish off, because the way they're playing it's so unbeatable.
They do look unbeatable, they do look unmatchable, and talking about this particular round as well, they were looking pretty clean, and 9-3, the curse line, will it be achieved or no? It was going to be the question, and I think we do have the answer for the same, and the answer is no, they are not going to get it because they are already losing players, and they are falling
One
like
enemy
two
remaining.
leaves from the
Spike
tree
down A.
in the month of autumn, and it was all up to the last man. And he was put down by 10-2. Do you believe, which curse line do you believe in, Nikos? 10-2 or
Switching
9-3?
sides.
9-3 for sure, 9-3 for sure, no doubt with that. But like, I've faced so many times that 9-3 curse. Like, I was playing with that in the side of 3. We had the 3 rounds, the opponent were having 9, then we bounced back from that. But this is 10-2. So 12 rounds have been spent up. It might still happen, but that's way too low chances, because now it's the time for Prime 5 to hop into the fight and get the picks done.
Get the picks done. Now on the attacker's side, let's see how are they going to perform, because not even for a single second did Prime 5 make us feel like they were defending on the map of Pine. And now officially on the attacker's side, how aggressive are they going to push in? Trick is going to make a move, and is going to go with the satchel entry. He's going to get double for himself. Now that was pretty quick.
He gets 2. Eventually, he got the heal done, and that's what you call a coordinated fight and coordinated push coming in the A side. They went all in. There was no flanks. There was nobody going from a different angle. There was no lurking for anybody, any player. But oh, that aftershock might just give a good amount of damage. 47 HP. The surviving Trick is going aggressive. He might just get the triple. He might just get the 4. No, he doesn't get it. But Kyojin shuts him down. Kyojin gets the second. Might just try. It's a 1v2. A very important round for Kyojin. The pain shell might just give what he wants, but barely surviving. Look at the HP of Beast, Tanya.
Well, my eyes are on the HP of Kyojin. Last man, 14 HP, and now Hats is going to heal up Beast with 14 HP and a game to win the round. It is not going to be any easier, and Hats is going to take down Kyojin. With that, it is going to be the scoreline of 11-2, cross the double digit, and now only one step away towards the match point, and it looks pretty clean already. It looks very smooth, and after winning this round, they're going for all the Spectre buys.
Well, this is going to be the Spectre buy, but for sure, when we talk about like SE, they've got 1 Spectre, 2 Marshals, and 2 Classics for their side. They don't have any option, but this round, I believe Prime 5 is going to settle this up to that 12-2 and can make it to the match point.
Can they make it to the match point? Yeah, that is going to be the question. As soon as I say that, Trick once again following what he did it, and he gets the one frag done, and he's going for the pain shell usage. But on the course, it was Mr. Red getting down Beast, and Beast is under control. Head was also coming into the action, but Hats is going to put a shutdown. That was pretty clean. 12-2 will be the score line.
Match point.
As I mentioned earlier, it is going to be a dramatic one. It is going as the same way of the previous Heaven, but it was 13-3 in the previous map. But still, it's something that we get 12-2. It might be another round for the side of like Septem, but right now the way they have played, it's so enhancing that might just end up with 13-2 maybe. Prime 5 wants to finish this map. They wants to finish this quarter, so they are getting these things done sort of with a 12-2 scoreline. Want to finish these things in this particular. They want this to be the 13-2 round. They want this to win, but oh, eventually what it is going on, because as we see Septem, the entire team has flown up. They have flown to that side of A, but the entire squad of Prime 5, they have managed to enter the B side and got that plant also done.
Spike has been planted. That was an anti-immediate side control of B, and Sonic trying to push it in again. Hats is going to be taken down. No healers surviving because of the round. That they shall be able to again reach towards the scoreline of 12-3, and the rest, let's see if there's going to be a repetition of 13-3 or no. Some shock that's coming to the utility, and look at the spray! A good rush coming in, did not last for longer, and Showstopper once again goes for race. Last man standing, 1 versus 2, and as soon as I say that, attackers win it. No pattern repeated, no scoreline repeated, but indeed it is going to be a clear-cut qualification, 2-0 clean sweep coming in from Team Prime 5, coming in from Pakistan region.
What a win. What a win it sets from the side of Prime 5. Look at the face of Beastan. He's quite happy. He's really quite happy by winning this one, as they're quite aware that, yes, the winner of Map 2 and the winner of this PO3 between Prime 5 and Septem is going to be Prime 5. Securing this victory, they are giving that statement to all the teams, those who are going to face them in the upcoming time, that yes, we are here to dominate, we are here to conquer, and if you are ready for this one, bring it on, and we will have you caught up off guard. We might just get you done. Like, I'm so much astonished by the gameplay, Tanya. In the defenders side also, they were going aggressive. They want to go for the picks. They were not even holding on the side. No need to hold the side. Go there and get the picks done.
I think this is the mindset of Team Prime 5. Extremely aggressive, no matter which side they belong to. They don't consider the side. They were going for the picks. And this was working exactly as they wanted to into their favor. And I think if this is how Team Prime 5 is going to be, the other participants for the future where they have been moving ahead need to have a sigh of worry here because Prime 5 is hopping in. 13-3 for the map of Haven, 13-2 for the map of Bind. And mind you, the map of Bind was not even their pick. It was chosen by the opponents where they again demolished, destructed the team SE.
And I'm really quite surprised. Like, it was the map picked up by SE, so how can they don't have a strategy? And Prime 5, I believe Prime 5, what they did, Tanya, was not like in a strategical way. They played with the picks, they played with the openings they wanted, and they managed to get the victory. Same goes for Haven as well. I don't think that Prime 5 did any tactical movements or they had a good strategy. They just got the picks whenever a player is entering the side, or whenever they itself are entering the side when they're in the attacking approach. So they're getting the picks done, and they're getting the entry, they're getting the plan done. In the defender side, they're also not letting the other team like SE to enter the side. They're getting them down before they are going to enter. They manage themselves to enter the side. Even also if they try to plant it out, they are securing that after plant really well. And on an overall performance, we can actually say that the way they have played Prime 5, I'm really like afraid what's going to come up in the next later stages when the other teams will face Prime 5.
Well, talking about the tricks, I think trick was the trick there for getting the site entry, for getting those finisher moves. Though one thing that I literally missed was getting some showstopper kills, but then it was Hunter's Fury coming in from Casper that literally compensated the loss, which I could not witness through showstopper. Getting a triple through the Hunter's Fury is very difficult to achieve, and it was a very good one. It was a treat to the eyes, at least. I enjoyed it personally. And talking about Prime 5, we are again going to see those side entries. And as soon as I say that, we are starting with the trick. And it was a 4K finisher for trick into this map on the scoreline of 4-0.
Well, with that, when we just look into this like 4-0, after that, this Concast, this Beach fast lane actually worked out really well. And then the aftershock came, got those pigs done. The martial shots from Hermione was really nice, but eventually Trick played the key role in this entire Bind map. We have to admit it at this point, because the way that Trick played with that operator shots or whatever it might be, those picks with those vandals or whatever it is, but definitely played a brutal role. The orbital strike did a bit of damage, but I guess this was a round that made SE get their first round victory in this entire map of Bind, but eventually getting 2 rounds only out of those 15 actually, like I would say, demolished their chance of getting the victory. One by one, the rounds went out of their hands and they had to face the defeat. But it's a big lesson for the side of Septem, that they have to be much more stronger. They have to be more like choosy about whether they are going to go for the tactical movements or they have to play the picks.
Well, talking about a tactical move, going for a pick. Now it was entirely open on both the sides. It was Team P5 choosing that they wanted to play for picks, and I think they were able to do that. For a while, they had their moment where Kyojin was able to give that required team support, getting the round 2 into their favor, and that was done and dusted. Post there, not even a single round going into the favor. And a good angle hold. Resurrection was also ready for Hats, but I don't know why Hats did not want to use it. And there's one place where I want to jump in, that is Hunter's Fury, where the triple came in. And before we head into there, it was Trick with the tricky satchel entry, getting a double for himself.
Well, that was a beautiful set. But on Mr. Red, he will try to get this downstream. But 11-2 was the score line. This Headhunter did a collateral damage, but eventually the round did not went in the favor of Septem. But still, this final round which they created, this run and gun was beautiful until and unless Trick got him down. This showstopper did not work well, but it was enough for Casper to shut off the things right, and eventually we got that beautiful victory from the side of Prime 5, and it actually sets an example that Prime 5, they are here to win the phase 1. They might be the champion. We never know, Tanya, because we are just doing it on the floor. But who knows in the future that Prime 5 may be the champion of this phase.
Well, talking about Rosa in particular, Prime 5 has already set a very good example, and this is one of the teams that our opponents shall be afraid of, because they are fearless, they are destructive, and they have got caliber to bulldoze any player coming against them. Particularly Trick in this map, if we talk about previous, it was Casper as a initiator. Also, we need to talk about Beast as a sentinel, and I think the even after the agent switches, the role switches, it is entirely different players making the moves. And talking about moves, we are moving ahead towards the results of the second map of mine. Prime 5 winning it with a scoreline of 13-0, and MVP has to be Trick. There was no doubt to it, but look at it. Combat score 539. Now there's no such scoreline happening. He has created 3 KD ratio and 27 kills.
27 freaking kills. Can you just imagine a raise being a raise and getting all the stuffs done so brutally? Not even a single chance for Septem to just have a foot on their side. Maybe a defensive side, maybe on attackers, but raise, hats off performance by Trick. I have to just take it a bow, because give him a Vandal, give him a Spectre, give him an Operator, even give him a Sheriff. He is going to make it up. He's going to make the round in your team's favor. And if I were someone of from an organization, I would go for Trick, whatever the cost it might be.
Oh, well, I don't think Prime 5 is going to leave Trick at any cost, because look at the combat score, man, massive 539. I think having a look at the combat score itself is a treat to the eyes. On the other side, Missile definitely gave those Tour de Force finishers, Headhunters doubles, but it was not enough, because if you have a look at the KD ratio, not even a single player was able to reach the 1 KD ratio. I think it was an entire map of deficit in terms of skills, in terms of frags, and I think Septem Exierant can be better in the future plays we might witness, but Prime 5 is going to move ahead towards the next battle. Who are going to be the opponents? That time will show us. It is Skyesports Champions Series Valorant, powered by AMD and presented by AMD and powered by Router. So Prime 5 will be the very first victors here on road to VCT 2022.
But eventually, when we just talk about this kind of circumstances, what a play it has been for the teams. But right now, the rest of South Asia region quarterfinals ends up. We will be moving on to the Indian region qualifiers very soon, where T69 will be facing Chill Court. So that's also a big contest coming up in a very short time. And we might never know, Tanya, because this one is it was a 2-0 scoreline in the BO3. What will happen between T69 and Chill Court? Because I want to know your predictions. Will it be 2-0 or a 2-1?
Predictions are going to work in Rosa series. Even I was not expecting a 2-0 clean sweep coming in. I was literally expecting a 2-1 happening, which did not happen. So right now I would keep all my predictions by myself, but certainly but with heart I would call it out all aloud that I'm not expecting a 2-0 furthermore. I'm still expecting a 2-1 scoreline, because the decider map is exactly the map where the nail biting moments hit in, where the goosebumps hit in, where the heartbeat pacing hits in, and that is the moment where the players are also starting to tremble with their own moves, where they are comfortable with. And this is exactly the learning process, and why that is how we call it a road to VCT to 2022. So I really want to see about how the players are going to mold themselves, because they need to shape into the form exactly how they are going to perform against any of the team coming through.
Well, of course, this has to be one of the greatest match, because Prime 5, they did not even, I'm so much delighted by their performance. I'm talking over and over Prime 5, because I'm really obsessed by the performance they have shown this day. But particularly when we just see it around by T69 and Chill Court, the next two teams to hop into this quarterfinals in the Indian region, we have the fans are just waiting for Chill Court's game. I was seeing the chat in a few minutes ago. There were players like people. When is the match of Chill Chilcot going to start? So just wait for some time. Just wait for some minutes, or yes, some minutes. Obviously, you will be eventually getting to see that match which you're regally waiting for, and we as a cast is also waiting for that particular moment, because we cannot just keep our excitement within ourselves, because after seeing the match of Prime 5 and Septem, we really want to see what the Indian teams have got up on their
Yeah.
sleeves.
Yeah, we did see how Rosa has prepared themselves. Now we want to see about how Indian teams have prepared themselves, because we are going to move in with the round robin pattern and they need to make sure they win it out somehow. And talking about Team T69, well, we very well know about their play set, agent selection, until and unless the players try to switch their roles, because now it is not the single player always going for the duelist. Right now itself, if we talk about the match that happened, Prime 5, the player was ready to switch all the way from Jet towards Raze. The player Trick, to be precise. I think as a Jet, he could not show a good set of skills, but as a Raze, he was the top fragger for the team. And now talking about the map changes, but the same agent coming in from Casper, he outperformed in the map of Haven, but then he could not do exactly the same in the map of Bind. So I don't think that agent selection or anything as such is going to work well. It is about how everything you are going to put up the show comprising of the team, because ultimately it is a team game and you cannot go all YOLO by yourself that I am the duelist, I want to go all by myself. You cannot win 1v5 duels.
Well, at the same point of time, we get to see that this is particularly one of the most it might be one of the most greatest match, because even T69 is also getting prepared for himself, and at that point of time we might face some more and more comebacks, as we are really interested in our Indian teams. As you said earlier, Tanya, that we have seen the preparations done by the Rosa region teams, and now we are more focused on the Indian teams, because the Indian teams will have a counter clash with the ROSA region. But definitely when that clash will happen, the Indian teams versus, and let it be any Indian team versus Prime 5. I want to see that match. I want to see that match, because Prime 5, the way they are actually coming up, I'm really afraid that the best team from Indian region will only compete with them, because in rest of South Asia, though we have seen only one match, but still I'm assuming that Prime 5 may be one of the most toughest team to beat in that particular region.
Definitely, they have dominated a day, but dominating a day and dominating an entire tournament is entirely different play set, mindset. So let's see if they are able to maintain the consistency, and they have been able to put some benchmarks right in front of us, that our expectations itself have risen to a level where we cannot see them to losing to any other team. Like you mentioned, that you are seeing them already against one of the Indian teams, and they might be also winning those sort of matches. If that is going to happen or no, that time is going to show us, ladies and gentlemen. Right now we are going to witness an Indian region match, and let's see how they are going to perform. It is going to be Team T69, and against them it is going to be Chilcot. You know either of the teams very well. Keep on showering the same love and support. Right now we are watching Skyesports Champions Series, a Valorant presented by AMD, powered by Router. I myself, Star Tanya, alongside me it is Nikros. We are on the way, on road to VCT 2022.
Yes, it's hashtag road to VC. That's the title, that's the hashtag it's going. And even you never expect, like, Tanya, this is going to be like some of the stages we are initially going and passing through the phase 1, then we move on to the phase 2, then we move on to the phase 3, where phase 3 is going to be LAN, especially from 31st of May to 4th of or 5th of June. But that LAN tournament, the two competing for the throne, for the title, for the prize money as well, that's going to be a huge one. Maybe 2, maybe 4, we never know. Like, we have to see which team take it up to that phase 3. That is going to be a questionable factor, of course, but eventually when we see it around, I'm really hyped up to see which team will actually go on to that LAN to play in that particular atmosphere, because I don't know whether there will be an audience or not, but eventually when it comes to a LAN, it gives a complete different vibe.
Vibe is good here as well. For LAN, it is going to be even better, but LAN is far, far away. The journey long waits towards LAN because this entire month, keep your schedule free, keep yourself busy, because every single day we are going to bring in some new teams from Rosa sector as well as from Indian sector, where they are going to where they're going to fight against each other. One of the team is going to beat up, and then the team who is winning is going to move towards next phase. And phase one is already looking pretty exhilarating and exciting. So I really don't know what phase 2 possesses in itself.
Well, obviously, with that, the phase 2 is still in the waiting, and the Indian region quarterfinals is all on the way. But before that, we will be taking a very short break. We will be right back after the break with the Indian region quarterfinals.
Player standing. One enemy remaining.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Skyesports Champions Series Valorant, presented by AMD, powered by Router. The journey has started already for the Rosa players, but now we are going to witness the map for Indian qualifiers. And this is Road to VCT 2022. The map is going to be Chill Code versus Team T69. I am Star Tanya, and alongside me it is Nikros. Nikros, what are your expectations coming in from Indian circuit?
Well, when we see around the Indian circuit, we have seen the Rosa region playing brilliantly. Prime 5 set an example and they have established their spot in this particular tournament of Skyesports Champions Series, that they are here to dominate, they are here to conquer. But right now it's turn for the Indian teams to hop in to the quarterfinals and show their game skills, show their gun power to the rest of South Asia region, that what these Indian teams are capable of. And right now popping up the scenario, T69 and Chilcod will be the two teams who will be playing in today's day. But of course, in between these two teams, we have seen that the previous one which we faced in the ROSA region, it was a complete 2-0 scoreline. Want to see a 2-1 contest where the match will end up to the third spot. But eventually, when it comes down to this kind of scenarios, T69 or Chilcod, it will be a tough competition, but for any team to reach to the phase 2 and face the invited teams, those who will be waiting for them, it has to be the best team from the phase 1.
Well, talking about rest of Rosa qualifiers, it was an entire dominance coming in from Pakistan region, which is prime 5. But is it going to happen again? Well, if it is or if it is not, the time is going to show us, because I really want to see the score line of 2-1. And that is where the intense moment peaks up. And I want to see the intensity of the players, because we very well know both the teams have got the firepower. Both the teams have got the potential, and thus they are playing it today in the Skyesports Champions Series. But how are they going to mold into under pressure? That is what I would exactly want to see it. And when the map goes 2-1, you literally see those unexpected clutches, 1 HP clutches sometimes, those ultimate 4K frags, especially from showstoppers. And my eyes are always looking for the ultimate finishers, maybe Tour de Force, maybe Hunter's Fury, may it be Orbital Strike, because if you have such a sort of destructive ultimate ready, why not use it into the elimination of the opponents?
Of course, and one thing is for sure, this, like we have discussed with the agents, we have discussed with the ultimates they possess, but right now that the main question is, what will be the map picks by both 69 and Chilcot? Something that we have to look into that matter, that according to the maps, the agents will be picked up, and we really want to see, like, let the maps come first, then we can decide and give our prediction that which agents might have a chance to get picked up by the players of either T69 or let it be Chilcot. But both the teams, only there will be single winner of this BO3. Let it be T69, let it be Chilcot, and I really wish may the best team wins. But for now, as we head on to the Indian qualifiers, T69 versus Chilcot, it's the game time, it's the match time, and let's see which team is going to take up the throne.
Well, Chilcod, are they going to chill and win, or Team T69? How are they going to make sure that they destruct everything that comes against them? And it is India qualifiers, best of 3 once again. And we don't know, we are not aware about which maps have they chosen and which maps are they going to go in for. But I'm very sure of these two teams from Indian region are not going to settle for the old basic agents. We can expect a neon hopping in. No matter how nerf the jet is, we are still seeing it. No matter how nerf chamber is going to be, we are going to witness chamber yet again. But talking about new agents, we don't have fade coming in for phase 1, so we are not going to witness that, at least not for the phase 1. But for phase 2, we are also going to introduce that particular agent, and then the actual nightmare will begin. And talking about the controllers, sentinels, I am always looking forward for the double initiator setup, because that usually works wonders.
Well, the double initiator setup, that's the pick for the side of Tanya, we get to see, but will it make that much of difference? Well, she loves it, and definitely we want to see whether any of the teams, whether let it be T69, whether let it be Chilcod, if anybody adopts this kind of like takes what you have said, Tanya, and I guess we can see some of team's coach coming in. Like Tanya might be a coach of one of the teams. So like you can see without taking the support of that side particularly. But right now, the best of 3 of the Indian qualifiers is all set to come up. Which team will it be? Either it's T69. Can they make it to a 2-0, or is it going to be a 2-1, 1-1, then another one? Then the competition and the excitement of this Skyesports Champions Series will be much more higher on the stake, because we have seen a 2-0. It was quite exciting. The domination from Prime 5 was like extremely marvelous to watch out, but we really in the deepest part of our heart, we also want to see some sort of a 2-1 scenario.
Because talking about Chilcot in particular, we are going to see Simple, Techno, Saturn, Son, and Venkabot playing. On the other side for Team T69, we are going to see Binks, Strix, Emo, Trolele, and MT playing. And now here we have the map veto. We are not going to witness either of the maps, neither Breeze nor Fracture. Breeze will be banned by Team T69. Fracture will be banned by Chilcot. But we do have Bind, Ascent, and Icebox. Now, Icebox, after an update, well, I would be honest here, Site B is a little difficult for defenders.
Well, it might be. Like, we can see another Bind coming up. Like in the previous BO3 we saw Bind. It was a defender based map, as we are quite aware, and again it's coming down to a Bind again, but this time Ascent is also included. Tanya, you like said in the previous BO3 that why Ascent was banned, because it is a friendly map for both of the teams, but eventually this time we get to see the Ascent popping up, and in the decider we get to see the Icebox. So Bind will be very crucial, as it was picked by T69. So we do expect T69 to perform better than Chilcot in that particular map of Bind. But we never know. Chilcots can be the game changer and can be that surprises to win and snatch away that map's victory. Maybe it is possible, but even Chilcot has secured and decided to go for the Ascent pick. So we might also expect that Chilcot can also perform better than T69 in the map of Ascent.
Yeah, absolutely. On the map of Ascent, we can expect anything happening, because it is one of the most comforting map for any of the teams, because Ascent is like you utilizing a daily to daily routine and nothing unique, nothing strange. And now exactly this is where it depends about who has got a little bit of extra gun power, firepower happening. But right now we are going to have the very first map of Bind, where Chilcot is going to initiate on the attacker's side. Now let's start to decide about what do you think about the agent selection, because I again want to see my basic agents on the map of Bind. May it be Raze as a duelist, and for smokes I'll go for Bryn. And for Sentinel, I would still want to see Chamber.
A Chamber can be a good pick. Even also, if you go for smokes, Breach can also be one of the agents that can be picked up in the map of Bind, because we have seen Breach performing really well in the previous BO3. But yes, the two teams are different. The meta might be a bit it might differ from that ROAC region, but definitely, if there is a breach, there might be some openings, as well as there might be use of brimstones, as we have seen in the previous map of Bind. Brimstones, Astra, Omen as of a controller. We might see Brim much like in a more priority rather than Omen in this match. So yes, we have to see it around, but eventually Raze will be there. I am really sure of that, because Raze has always been a very dominant agent in the map of Bind particularly, and if Raze comes in, I really want to see which two players will be there who will be picking up that.
Very honest, I think Binks shall be one of the players to watch out for going ahead and showing his good set of skills with the upper hand on Raze. But having said that, he also tends to choose any other agents as well as and when required. So one of the most unpredictable agent pick might be coming in from Binks himself. If not unpredictable one, then definitely he is the player to watch out for playing as a Raze. Let's see if that is going to be the case of scenario or no. And on the other side, well, let's see who is going to pick what, because let's see if we talk about Team Chilcot here. simple Techno, Septem, Son, and Venkabot. Now, talking about Venkabot in particular, we can expect a little bit of versatility happening without any hassles, without any delay. We are also going to switch towards the change of screens, and the screen is me. So, agent selection will hop in a while, but Nikros, what do you think? Being on the attacker's side for Chilcod, do you think it is going to be the basic lineup, or we can expect something unique happening here?
Like we get to see in the previous match, we did not expect someone to pick up breach. Breach was something that we
Yeah.
did not assume that anybody from anybody on a different side, both the teams will take breach, but eventually both the teams took the breach and took that advantage. So it might be a new standard that even T69 or Chilcod might just use the breach in for getting those blinds, for getting that flashes. Yoru can be a good pick if you as a duelist. If you see, Yoru can also be a pick from any of the side. It's completely unpredictable because every player has got his own comfort zone. They have got their own comfort agent for themselves. So Yoru or maybe Chamber it should be in a very use. Chamber, yes, it is now, but eventually some players, those who are a Chamber main, they know how to play, they know how to get those things done, and eventually we might see Chamber on both the sides.
We might see Chamber on both the sides, and I'm not expecting any breach hopping in because I'm still waiting for the Sky to join in. Sky and Soa maybe, or KO and Soa is quite often picked as a double initiator setup instead of the typical breach flash, because KO has got a null command where you can stop the ultimate showstopper coming in, and also the 0 point where you can stop the utilities coming into the action from the other side, and also revealing the opponents. So if I had to choose the lineup, I think it has to be double initiator, one of which has to be Sky maybe, and others it has to be KO. For the duelist, I'm going to pick in Raze without a doubt, Brim as a controller, and Chamber as a sentinel. No, and it can be for either of the team, though they can still go for the mix, whatever they are comfortable with by the end of the day.
Of course, they have to be in the end of the day, in the end of the match, you have to win it. And for that, you have to go for any measure you like. Whether you take any different agents, you take any agent, you just have to get the picks. You have to use your abilities very precisely, and you need to get the round for yourself. Not the round, even the map for yourself. Because if you get a 1-0 lead in this BO3, you get the momentum down. And I believe when you get the momentum done for yourself with a 1-0 lead, you have got yes, I'm confident enough to get into that fight. I'm going to rush it and I'm going to get those picks and get the side control for myself. Even if you're defending, you have a confidence that I won't let any other player from the opposite side to enter this area.
Yeah, that is one of the big room of opportunity, that they are not going to allow the players to enter the site. Now, let alone allowing the player into the site, we did witness a map where Team Prime 5, instead of holding a site, they moved out of the site. They got those early picks. They got the round into their favors. They got the entire 2-0 scoreline created for them by the end of the day. So getting a side control, not allowing the opponents until and unless you want to go defensive. But then if you want to go extra aggressive, even on the defender's side, you can expect the element of surprise coming in. And talking about surprises, we also are ready, and it is going to be once again the map scene where Chilcod is going to initiate on the attacker's side. Well, Yoru might be into the picture, but I think it has to be Chilcod. Has the few players from Chilcod has also been using Rena, so we can expect Rena hopping into the scene.
Yes, there is a bit of chance that Reina can be used, because you see, when you enter the side, you need some blinds, especially in the A side. If anybody wants to enter in the bind map, you get to use those those flash outs or maybe those blinds to enter the site and get those picks done. Reina can also be a good pick because of her blind, which has an ability. But as you mentioned that Chilcod uses Reina, so there might be a chance that yes, in bind, this particular first map in which T69 have chosen, Chilcod has got the attacking side for them. In the starting rounds, if Chilcod can manage to get some pretty decent amount of rounds in their favor, it will eventually boost them up and they can get a plenty good start that they require in the particular map bind.
Yeah, a pretty good jump start, and that can be a jump scare for the opposite team. Let's see if that is going to be a satchel jump coming in from the man Binks himself. Because talking about Team T69, Binks is one of the MVP player in terms of watching. Because as a streamer himself, he is pretty funny. But here, the fun part is going to be a factor. But the key factor is winning the rounds, taking the early frags. If you are taking the responsibility of the duelists, each and every paint shall be connected. At least if you're not able to confirm the frag, deliver the damage. And talking about healers, Sky should be seen on both the sides, or maybe one team selects Sage and the other team is going to go ahead with the Sky, the typical Sky. Because talking about Sky and Sage, one is initiator, one is sentinel. You are going to get a good control on the side for being a Sage, but on the other side, you're going to get a lot of information with the Seekers, with the Trailblazers, with the Flashes. So let's see what are their picks coming in. And we have talked about the map of Bind. Next is going to be the map of Ascent. Here I'm expecting a typical Jet play hopping in.
Well, there might be a Jet as well as you get to see Ascent. You can pick above Omen as well. Omen can be a good agent for the Ascent pick. So on the other hand, you get to see even the Breach might hop in. Breach is also a good agent pick for the map of Ascent. So definitely one by one the agents will be selected, and we will be hopping up to the first match of this 3 while the players are getting ready. They're getting the match started probably in a very short time. But what if it goes to the map of Icebox to decide a map? Let it be the first match win for T6, second match win for, then it goes down to the Icebox. Which team do you think, Tanya, will have a good impact in the map of Icebox particularly?
Talking about Icebox, well, it does give chills. I'll be very honest, because it is Icebox ultimately, and we have got chills, we have got chill cord here, and I wouldn't go for the predictions as of now, because I do have something else to talk about, which is about agent selection. Binks going in as a Breach, not a duelist, and Strix is going to go for a Jet, and a Emo going in as a Omen for a smoke. Trolele is going to go ahead as an initiator. Sova. MT is going to be the sentinel for the team, which is KJ. On the other side, please walk us through Necros.
But I'm really surprised to see there is no Raze in both the sides. Really surprised to see there is no Raze out there. But eventually when we see there is Sage from the side of Chillcods is simple. There is a Chamber from Techno. Saturn will get the Brimstone. Son will get the Sky. And Venkabot with that Yoru. That itself shows what a great pick it is from the side. I told you before earlier, like Tanya, there might be chances of a Yoru pick, and it does make that right. Yoru has been chosen by the team of Chillcore, and I'm really still now stunned at why there is no Raze and why Binks is not playing Raze particularly.
Now there's an entire chaos into the agent selection itself. We can expect some good moves coming in from Binks with the Rolling Thunder, but Venkabor as a Yoru on the map of Bind. I really want to see some sneaky plays, some troll plays. Let's see if we are going to witness that or no. Simple going in as a healer. Now here we are seeing a double healer setup. That is something great. Mutually you can go for the heal, but I'm happy to see finally I get to see a Brim at least. No Raze whatsoever, but Sky is going to be there. So is Brim, and Techno is going to go ahead as a chamber, so we can expect some good placements on one side, and then going ahead on the different side to pick the battle to get some early frags.
Well, of course, and with that, when you see around this kind of places, Bind has always been. I really want to see that T69 has got the defender side, particularly whether they can hold it up, because they have got Sova for getting that intel, whether they're going to come from that A or B side, wherever Sova is playing with that particular side, and get that intel very possibly done. But on the other hand, you've got a Breach to get the concast done. Strix will have to play a very essential role for the side of T69, and getting that frags, getting the picks, which is required for T69. May it be on the bath side, may or it be on the main entrance, whether it's B or maybe it goes in the A side. So we have to be very choosy. Even T69 has to come up with some new players. They've even got a KJ, so I would say KJ's pick is a very decent one in the map of Bind. It actually helps you to get your enemies trapped out. You've got that swarm grenades, you've got that alarm board, and especially that lockdown when it comes down to that particular factor. Get so many advantages. But with that T69, we can see the players are getting ready, and we are completely pumped up for this Indian quarterfinals.
Absolutely, Indian qualifiers it is, ladies and gentlemen. Fasten your seatbelts because here the race begins for both the teams. It is going to be Chill Codes versus Team T69 for Skyesports Champions Series.
Front line, he's got the footsteps done, he's got the smoke down, but probably I guess he needs to go for that particular area of Reckon Dart. The shock darts will eventually get some good amount of damage. Techno and Simple both will face a bit of damage, but eventually the shock darts are getting good stores. But Emo gets one. Emo might just get the third one, but he gets two and he gets shut down. Venkabot gets the entry done, and probably the spike will be planted, where we get to see a 3v3 contest, and that's not a great sign for the Breeze to enter. Venkabot, he's got the hold, he's got those post coming up. The flashpoint will be used, but eventually the crossfire setup worked up brilliantly for the side of Silkord.
Talking about Saturn in particular, was able to get 6-2 totally, and as soon as I say that, it is going to be a triple for him and a round going into the favor of Team Chelcord. Let's be honest here, Site A was only held by one player, and pushing it in was pretty easy. And now it is going to be the battle of the Spectres against some classics or maybe Ghosts and Sheriffs. So already the upper hand right now is going to be into the favor of Team Chillcord. Let's see how aggressive or how peacefully they would want to pull in or push in, because ultimately Chillcord are the attackers, so they are looking forward to push.
Of course, and with that, when we just see it around, they've got a good start. They've got a 1-0 lead on the board. It might just give them a bit of confidence. Yes, we have got a good start, but indeed, oh, the crossfire. Yeah, I just expected, but eventually those turrets will have the effect. Some random shots will be taken. Oh my god, he's in a very low HP. Techno might just get that one easily done. Emo always holding some different angles, but eventually if Omen is spotted, it's all done, I guess. Omen is still not. Oh, he's spotted. He gets him down, and with that, another opening comes from the side of Chillcord. He gets the first player down from the side of T69, and eventually this will be an easy entry again for the side of Chillcord.
The side entry given, spike has been planted, 5 versus 3. How is the retake going to happen is going to be a question here, and Binks will be able to get that one tap, commendable one tap on the attempt of second. He is going to use fault line. Nobody affected here, but he is going to get an opportunity to get the second, but unfortunately he will not be able to get that because Frick with the burst he's going to get it. And talking about Venkabot with the triple, I think there's a pattern being created here. Chillcord is giving the finishers with a triple, and it is 0-2 for the score line, but now the economy is well adjusted. We can expect an entire team of Team T69 going in with a lot of ARs, and on the other side we can still expect 2 to 3 Spectres with 2 players hopping in with the ARs.
Well, you see those young faces from the Chillcord side. They're all pumped up and they're all hyped up with this particular match because they know that this is going to be a very, very crucial one. But 2 multiple flashes. You see the guiding light in one of those flashes. They've got the entry in the side very nicely. Emo is trying to hold it up for his team, but will it be enough? Because the way the crossfire setups, the way they are playing at this point of time, Chillcord, well, it is not going to be easy one, but eventually the TP fail, he will be getting Sky, the crossfire setup is done, will be getting 1 or 2 picks, but Simple has to fall back, otherwise it will be difficult for the team to provide cover. Eventually T69 getting the picks, what they're going for the defuse as well.
Well, sticking to defusal, half diff already done, and the spike defusal has been given a finisher with the molly. Now the aggressive initiator, as we always call, once again sticking to the defusal. It is 1 versus 1. Bink will be able to take down, but there's no time left for defusing the spike, and he will be taken down. Everybody is sunk with the wrath of the spike blast. But anyway, a good start for Team T69 here. At least they were able to eliminate the entire set of opponents And talking about the economy right now, I'm afraid Team T69 will not be able to go for a full buy. Again, it is going to be the round of savior, but Binks with the finisher, with the champion's vandal. Let's see if he's going to end up being the champion here.
Well, we have to see it around with 3-0 the score line. What are these young boys capable of? We can see it around at this particular moment. That this young boys, they've got the complete caliber to show how can they make up to like face off this big teams and compete against them and win the rounds. Maybe they can win the map as well. It was a pick of I believe of T69. They might have a chance that to get the wins. But still, the way Chilcott is playing, I'm really looking forward to that. It might turn up as another.
Enemy remaining.
Oh my god, it's going for an ace again, Tanya.
Is it going to be an ace? Is going to be the question. He is so close, yet too far. Last man standing, and he gets it. He gets it. This is going to be the very first ace.
The very first ace in the Skyesports Champions Series, and that too in the first day itself. We can get Sean. What a game it turned out to be. First, he got one by one. He got the players down, and what a great start for Chilcott in this quarterfinals of Indian region. And I would say that Prime 5, we have got a competition right now.
0-4. Well, this is something already seen here. Prime 5 has done it once. Let's see if Chilcott is going to deliver the same what Prime 5 did a little while ago. Well, we'll talk about other teams a little later. Venkabot. Now, finally, Chilcott is not willing to push in on the side A. This time it is B. Fake is demolished. And Venkabot going for the turn. And they are comforted on side A. Side B is contested by only 2 players, and side A has got a total of 3 players to work out with. But still, you always tend to play where the comfort zone is. Through the shower, Sean is trying to give some wall bangs. Nothing is going to get connected.
Even the orbital strike was, I suppose, used in that particular elbow area, but definitely like that particular save. Well, one of the players has been taken down. Venkabot has got the crossfire set up, but Sean is entering the side. The spike needs to be planted out, but Sean has got no option. The guiding light will be eventually used. The smokes are down. Like one of the plants we can see from the side of Chilcott, but T69 falling way too behind, and now Strix has to be the one who has to like step up and get those frags done for his team. Otherwise, it's going to be really trouble for their team to bounce back.
It is going to be very difficult. It is 2 versus 3 already. Site A already committed. Spike planted. Strix trying to go for getting the frag. And Son is a little low on HP. But on the bot, Solele will be taking down the duelist of the team. And we just think about right now. And what a play from Sean and Satin all together. Good crossfire setup. Everything that is done is cleanly done, because they are able to go for the rotations, they are able to go for the flanks, and every single time there's never been a single round where they were not allowed to plant the spike. I think if they are able to defend a site entirely to not allow the entry, that is how Team T69 might be able to get around.
Well, T69 needs to step up, and I don't think that they want to do the same mistakes as what in the previous match Septem did, because they did try to make a comeback, but it was way too late to, and it's almost like it's 5-0. It's now a never situation, but this time all the entire squad of Chilcott, they're moving to the B, and it is quite predictable. You get to see 4 players from the side of T69 were holding on the A side, while B was holding only by Sova. And now the entry is confirmed. The dimensional drift will be used by Venkabot to enter the side to scout out the place, but eventually when you talk and move into the elbow side, Sova has been taken down. Emo will be also punished out. Binks is down. T69 down to 2 solo players, and right now this is a kind of situation that nobody wishes for. T69 is struggling way too much. They will be getting shot down. Initially Strix has to go for the picks, but Venkabot falls back and gets those healings done for his team. But 5-0 the scoreline. It is Strix solo survivor. 1-3 1 versus 2 situation is turning. It's going to be difficult, and another round goes in the favor of Chilcott.
it was a double peak coming in. There was nothing that Strix could have done. If he would have tried to decide, go ahead, save the weapon, still there was no room of opportunity. Bings being the top fragger. And on the side of Team T69, they've got a total of 4 ultimates ready. This might be one of the rounds where they've got all buy with 4 Phantoms and 1 Vandals, except where Bings has got half shield to work out with. On the other side, we are going to witness 3 Phantoms with 2 Vandals and full shields. And Sean, the ace man here with total of 11 frags, the only player with the double digits though. And the side commitment is nothing here because the players are all scattered, and very rarely do we see on the attacker side where the players play for picks.
Well, at the same moment of time, when we just see this is the kind of round that I believe still the picks will be necessary. And as you mentioned, that picks are very crucial. In the previous match, we also have seen Prime 5 doing the same domination that what Chilcot is doing right now. And if T69 can get onto the picks and they can get the openings what they require, it will be sufficient enough for like T69 to make a good comeback. Eventually, Rings is trying to get some openings, trying to make some openings for his team, but it is not sufficient enough. Saturn goes up with the smokes. Eventually, they have made the entry in the side. The Reckon Dart is doing the duty it should be. Spots one down and eventually punishes one. Venkabot was waiting inside that smoke, but still TC are now down to 2, and it's coming down to a 2 versus 2 contest where T69 they have a 50-50 chance on winning this round as well.
Tour de Force and Lockdown. Either ways, they've got 1-1 ultimate. Let's see who is going to use out what, or are they going to save their ultimates? Because the clock is ticking. They need to make a move, and through the elbows, MT is willing to use a Lockdown, and Lockdown might be able to do the deal, except if the player decides to hold the hooker and the vision can be blocked. And Techno has got a backstab already ready. He might be able to get the double, but instead of that, he's going to waste out the Lockdown.
Well, he shuts the lockdown down, but eventually the picks are being taken. T69 might just secure the first round itself. They are going for the player pick, but oh, he will be shut down. And T69, at last, they've got a single, well, like first round for themselves. But look at the joyful colors dropping from the sky. It does a skin effect, but eventually it showcased that yes, the round victory is in the favor of T69. But with this 1 round victory, what they have secured, Tanya, will they be able to make this comeback possible?
What costed them 1 round is total of 4 ultimates being utilized. Finally, we get to see 1 round into their favor, and just losing 1 round, and already we see players of Chilcot are getting a lot aggressive with the communications. You can literally see the lip movement happening. They are wanting to go for the scoreline. On the attacker side itself, that they want to make sure they don't lose a single round, though they have lost 1. Once again, all scattered up, no commitment whatsoever. Spike is dropped down in the middle, and now with the B-long approach, Venkabot is trying to enter, and it is going to be Strix versus Venkabot, 2 duelists battling against each other. Let's see how this is going to pan out.
Well, Strix has got a good advantage. Nobody's aware of his position right now. He's got 2 players down. Venkabot and Saturn will be the 2 players who he might just pick it up, but the Spike is with stage. Eventually gets 1 down. He might just get another. He gets a second. The third one is coming in. That was a brave. I would say that it was a bad decision to turn the back. Like Sage could have got him down anytime if he wanted, but he got the resurrection done. Techno will be providing the cover. He gets down. He gets the second. Oh my God! Strix is on fire. He gets the 4K. Is it going to be? He is. No, he gets shut down. A single player. Sky. He's waiting. He's waiting. Trolele he has got the angle up.
30 seconds
What a
left.
play it turned out to be for Strix.
Going for the flash, some random pot shots, and now it is going to be the shot. Recon Dart, the position has been revealed, and now Wings going with the flash, but before that, MT is going to give the finisher move, and second consecutive round going into the hands of Team T69. Hopes are back on the faces of the players. Wings himself looks a little comforted from what he looked a little while ago when the scoreline was 6-0. Once again, we are seeing that total of 2 ultimates ready on the side of Team T69. They've got Hunter's Fury and Bladestorm. On the other side, Tour de Force has been saved since the 6-0 scoreline, and still they want to save it. Simple War also used the Resurrection, so now Resurrection is also wasted out. I think this round, it was all about Strix. Getting a 4K was very difficult. He managed to pull that.
Well, with that fork, eventually, I would say that I said earlier that Strix has to be the one, but Emo gets the first opening. He might just use the paranoia. Yes, it does, but it does affect MT. So, T69, what are your plans up right now as Sean has got the entry? Well, the orbital strike will be used. The Hunter's Fury is out, but still, some openings will be needed. The damages have been dealt, but eventually the plan has been done. For now, it has to be the one to come up and step up. It has to be T69. They have got the man advantage. It's a 5 versus 3 situation, and if anyhow Silcord manages to clinch this round, it is going to be a disastrous situation for any for the side of T69. Oh, the crossfire set out. Trade comes up. He gets traded on. Eventually, a trade comes up. Last place surviving from side of Silcord. But Sky gets to, but will be shut down.
And it's a triple coming in from Team T69. The scoreline will be 3-6. It was 0-6 a while ago, and in no time, Team T69 is also picking up the pace. 2 players still surviving. That means 2 players have got the weaponaries to work out with, and Binks has got a good eco to work out with as well. On the other side, Techno is going to go ahead and use the classic, or maybe Spectre Marshall, because I do see some economy deficit coming in from the side of Chillicothe, talking about this particular round. Well, the players were traded initially, but ultimately it was all about getting an entire team down to stick to diffusion, and everything was done right on time.
Of course, and with that, when you just see around that this point 6-3, they are making the comeback possible, Tanya, and eventually when this comeback arrives, all the team players are also getting motivated. Yes, that it's not lost. We have still got time, and we have still got the momentum. We are making the comeback possible, and anytime, you never know. You can see this possible, but Strix gets one down, but eventually he will be taken with the wall bang. Sage gets him down, but with that, one by one, the players are getting taken down, and Chillicothe again seizing this round. Maybe there is a possibility, but it's still a 3 versus 4 situation.
Yeah.
T is trying to hold a good position where he's not yet revealed. He might be able to go through the smoke and get some sharp picks. Is it going to happen or no? The time is going to show us, but we are seeing some shock darts hopping into the showers where all the players were stacking in. Trolele will be able to take down Sean. Trolele is also having a crosshair pick, but he's not sticking to some random pot shots, and now it is going to be Tour de Force. 1 shot, 1 kill.
We never know what is going to happen with the 2K for the side of Trolele, and he keeps the hopes alive, and one it's come down to a 3 versus 2 scenario. Might just have a disadvantage, but Silcord, well, they seizes the round. Eventually they've got the time they wanted, to be honest, but with that, a brilliant round going in the favor of Chillicothe, and initially the lead that was stopped for 3 rounds, there has been taken aback by the players of Chillicothe. And what a brilliant round it turned out to be, but those Strix got those openings, but it was really hard for any player to hold into that position. The wall back came in the very perfect time, though Trolele tried his level best to get the picks done, but he was a survivor. It was really tough, but GG's to him.
Honest, Septem was able to save his orbital strike, was able to survive, and was able to pull the battle until and unless the time was ticking enough to win the round. 7-3 is the scoreline. Once again, Site B has 2 players and Site A has 3 players going through the mid. It is going to be hookah push, and there's nobody in the hookah. And this is exactly what happens. Techno going for the B main, and the players are taking a flank. They don't want to push in through the hookah. They don't want to rush into the blind zone. And Sean has got an entirely different set of plans. Strict versus Sean, who is going to take down whom. The crosshairs are ready on either of the sides.
Though Sean is playing a Sky, but still he's got those frags up for himself. Banks has got that concussed ready for lane. It's going and will be giving that effect for sure. The aftershock might just give a good amount of damage. The blind will be done, but he blinds himself. That's not a great point. He changes the position, but with that, the rolling thunder. Is it gonna come up? Is it gonna come up? They were still waiting for the site entry, but Banks, if you do it a bit, so it might just affect, but the rolling thunder arrives, and with that, one by one, the players are getting shredded away. It's a 3v3 contest. Saturn has got the entry, and eventually, the spike will be planted.
was able to get the site entry, was able to get 2 picks, has already planted the spike, and orbital strike is still saved. Bladestorm will be saved from Strix. I don't think he will be using it for henceforth for this particular round. And as soon as I say that, he's already put to shutdown, and it is going to be a good concussion though. 2 players down, and Venkabot is going to knock the final nail in the coffin. It is going to be a 4K for him. And Venkabot
Last
chasing
round in
your
the
own
half.
teammate, you are trying to reach that ace part where Sean was there, but let's see if you are able to achieve that ace or no.
Well, see, like only one player have secured a ace in this particular SCS 2022 so far, and it has been second match only that is going live. But eventually, Binks, he got some pretty picks, but that was not sufficient enough. Still a beautiful round, 8-3 the score, and it's really getting tough. It's almost down to the last round. Might see. And T69 needs to get this round in their favor. Otherwise, it's going to be tough. And the Bladestorm is ready for the side of Strix. And, well, if it connects well, Tanya, I guess they're in a quite danger because 3 people arriving from the bot side.
Well, they were arriving. They are going for the rotation, except for Sean, as always, going overextended. He wants to hold the position, and as soon as they see Sean there, and Bladestorm will come into the action. But there's a trade coming in, and Simple there at the resurrection. So it is all lost about T69, and it is the resurrection being used from side of Chillcord. The ammos, the leads are being showered here with no result whatsoever, and the fake, the fake was also blasted up with that. With that, it was flashed, and a good positioning for the storm grenade as well.
There's a 3 point of time. Whoa, so Lele comes up with a brilliant Hunter's Fury, but he will be shut down eventually. But right, it's come down to 3 versus 2 situation. The guiding light will give a good effect. Sean is waiting with that radius cover. He is quite aware that there is no need for us to do any extra move, but dimensional trip to right. We might just get him down. Techno gets this round with a 9-3 scoreline. Chillcords getting the victory up for themselves. 2 more rounds, or I would say 4 more rounds for them, and an easy victory will be coming in the side of Chillcord. Attacking has been very efficient for the side of Chillcord, but will T69 be able to provide that same sort of thing against them? That is going to be a big question.
Absolutely, that is going to be one of the biggest questions. 3 line, do they believe in the cursed line or they don't? Let's see if that is one of the key factors or no. But on the attacker side, finally, we are going to see Team T69, and the responsibility of the spike is going to be handled by Binks, the initiator, instead of the Sentinel. And anyway, anybody can carry the spike. It is not the cause of concern, but they are trying to push in, and they're already in with the drone view, and it is just looking all clean. Dash will be used, site entry done. Venkabot through the showers is already all out, and Strix is using Frenzy. Now we haven't seen Frenzy being used at all. Spike is planted in no time. Swarm grenades are also placed. All the utilities have already been placed. I think it was an easier site control.
But eventually, we get to see 2 players have been taken down, and oh, that's a backstab coming from Techno. It came out of nowhere, but eventually it did a good amount of damage to T69. They're now down to 2. The smokes will be arriving. Oh, they're getting things done. Strix is bumping up. He's going with those attacking side. They want to go for the defuse, but Strix, he's quite aware. He's a smart boy, but this 1v1 Strix is very deficit on the HP. The plant, it's arriving, and Strix with the 3K. Jesus, this round for T69, the attacking round, the first attacking round, has been a good one so far for T69. And Binks and Strix are the 2 players those are getting the frags for their entire team. Sean, Venkabot, and Saturn, the double digits we can see so far. 2 double digits for and 3 double digit players for side of Chillcord. So yes, that actually makes a difference.
Yeah, that makes the difference. In this particular round, Septem was able to get those required frags, but they could not hold on to furthermore because the Strix was holding such an angle and the players were already low on HP. There was nothing that could have been done because healers were already taken down. This time it is a 5-stack push coming in through B, and the flash is being saved. On the course, Headhunters has already placed, and he might be able to get one. Indeed, he does, and he's going to use the TP here. And Strix is also going to trade Sean immediately. 4 versus 4 is the case of scenario. Here we go, side entry done. Strix is the man to watch out for. Let's see if he's going to get a double or a triple here. Headhunters versus, it was a Spectre though, but classic burst
Spike
takes him
down,
down.
B.
And Simple with a shorty. Now, who would have expected here?
Well, that was a surprise coming up, but Venka bot coming for the backstab. Oh my god, they've got his chances. Easy.
player
He's in a
standing.
low HP, but eventually MT will be getting Venka bot down. So it's all coming down to the last player. And T69 having a good side control. Cage's HP is very low. Saturn has got an eco round for themselves. It's just a classic buy. Spike is eventually planted. And fast lane won't be used. The aftershock is already done. With that, a brilliant round again coming from the side of T69. They're coming back. Yes, 9-3 curse. Tanya, is it working?
So it does seems to work, but I would say that it was a rather safe round for Team Chillcord because they did not win the pistol round and it was all Spectres against the pistol. So I don't think that round would have made it through, though we have seen several thrifties happening. But then it was not the case of scenario right now. Right now what we are going to see is one Phantom coming in from Strix, 3 Spectres and 1 Bulldog from Emo. On the other side, it is going to be all ARs. Saturn going for the smoke. Players are trying to make sure that they enter site A. Except for one player is trying to go through the bats or no, he is just holding an angle.
Well, he's holding. Strix is there with that particular pick. He gets one down and that was hit by the players of T69. TC loses their first player in this particular round. They don't want to settle up to the 9-6 score line, but eventually they don't have any chances. Fixes going in, advancing to the areas. Might have got some angular setups done, but things is looking for the backstab. Yes, there is KJ, who is looking forward to that bath area whether any one player can come out and he might be getting him down as well. But 5 stack T69. They have to approach. They have to get the plan done. Otherwise, it is killing the time.
Right there.
Precious time, which nobody wants to get.
It is basically 3 versus 5 right now. Techno is still holding on to site B. Still, they are hesitating, pushing in. Smokes will again come into the action. Now it is just 30 seconds away. If they don't do it now, it is going to be even more difficult to plant the spike. There's no site control, at least not yet. And let's see if there's going to be any site control or no. Players have been spotted. Saturn is trying to take down one player. On the first zone, will be able to get one, followed by the other. Strix and Wings are all gone, and now this is the time that they just push in with the flash. Players flashed and teleporter was used right on time.
10
Two
seconds
players
left.
chasing out of the view, but do they have enough time to plant the spike is the question of the concern.
Oh, that was way too close. But I don't know what was the reason that they actually
Placing swarm grenade. Placing
with such a long time plan. Because if you see, Tanya, they had got a plenty of options. They had got Strix, they had got Bangs. Everybody was ready to come back in the fight. But oh, the storm grenades will be completely punished out. The turret is giving a good amount of damage. The paranoia might just not get that hit effect done. But oh, the Wrecking Dart, Sova will be punished. Saturn in a bit low HP. But eventually the 50% defuse has been done. And with that, T69 loses another. And it's going to be a 10-5 score.
Exact the double, 5-10. 10 going into the favor of Team Chill Squad. But I like the way how they hopped into the teleporter, moving out of sight of the enemy, planting the spike right on time. A lost round already. They were able to elongate it for a little while, made them use a little bit of extra resources and also energy alongside. And now it is a little tough round. Indeed, I would say a very tough round on the side of Team T69. Entire save round. No, they are not willing to save. Half shields are going to work as well, but Strix with the Blade Storm might be able to do the wonders because it is going to be out-drone pushing it in. Nobody spotted, at least not yet. Cloudburst used and the dash as well. And it was a judge against Blade Storm, and Strix was able to take down Saturn here.
Well, with that, I would say Strix is getting the openings that TC actually need right now. But Vankabot shuts him down. Eventually, you get to see Simple coming up. And yes, get to see Chillcord that takes control. Techno gets one. Now Techno gets the second with that Toady Force. He's on a rampage right now. He might just get some multiple again. Oh my god, oh my god. Bangs, you be prepared. He gets the triple. He might just get a 4K. No, he whips that one. And Trollele gets the second for himself. 1 versus 2. Yoru is in low HP, but wouldn't expect Bankbot to be that close. And eventually, shuts him down. And CC gets the 11th round for themselves. And now it's a very tough competition for T69 to take the comeback.
One step away from match point with 2 ultimates already being ready. Strix pushing it in right on time, dashing it in right on time, getting the frag immediately, but then was put to shut down by Venkabot. Tour de Force worked wonders here in particular. Coming in from Techno was able to get one, followed by others. Spike was under their control, and this is exactly what they were trying to. Trolele was able to get the pick, but they could not last. Furthermore, and they were put to shut down. And they are walling the shards. So there's no entry coming in from here, at least not for a while, until and unless they decide to break the wall. But the drone can still make an entry here to exactly get the information about how many players are waiting in. And here we see concussion being used. So nobody was basically, even if the players were concussed, it would have ended up in no result though. 5-11, 1 point away, 2 ultimates on either side.
Well, you get to see that doing the kills factor and can use the lockdown to enter the site, and eventually the Hunter's Fury will be there for the after plan. Timber comes in, gets emptied down. The lockdown, the wish of lockdown stays as a wish for this particular round itself, but definitely 5-11 scoreline. T69 are on a stake. Either they get the win, either they just win this round and like still stay in this particular map, because if they take a bit long time, it will be really difficult for other players, like for the team entirely to come back, because 11-5, 1 round away to get to the match point for Chilcott, but still 5, or I would say more like a 6-7 rounds left for T69 to make a comeback, and it's coming more and more close. Techno being patient, he might get another, he gets over down, he gets a Headhunter down. The orbital strike will be effective, not that much, but eventually T69 shattered 1-1. Plant, I don't think it's gonna take the time, and eventually TC gets another round.
Well, Evo was also put to shut down. A good play of Hunter's Fury and a good save. Orbital strike was used very wisely, but was not much effective. That is exactly what you mentioned. But the players here are just a step away from winning the map of Bind. Is it going to be so easier, or we can still expect Team T69 doing something? I really like the smiles coming in on the faces of Simple, Techno, and right now, once again, it is going to be Trolele holding the spike, and Saturn trying to push towards the shells, and there's nobody there because the players are trying to go 5-stack towards B long.
Well, in that point of time, I would say that this is the moment that I believe and not wasting more, because like at this point of time, Chilcott is just going on a rampage. They're getting 1-on-1. The Hunter's Fury shuts one down. Eventually, Trolele will be getting the opening what he requires, but Chamber gets him down. Amo with that TP will be entering the side, will be shutting one player down, but still, is it going to be the game of T69?
Well, game or not, round for sure. And the spike will be planted. Will Saturn be able to get that
Spike
1v3?
planted.
Much required one to win the map of mine immediately. If not, still there is a room of opportunity. The scoreline will be 6-12. Going through B long, there's one player already waiting. He is trying to check each and every angle, each and every corner. But does he know there's a player there? I don't think he was aware about empty holding it into the gardens. And now it is going to be 6-12.
Still T69 are in the game. One single victory for Chilcott. They get this 1-0 lead in the B. And I don't think T69 wants to let that happen, because particularly they also are here to win it. Don't want to spoil this mood at this point of time, but even need to get the entry, and T69 will have to focus more and more, because they need at least back-to-back 6 or 7 rounds.
They do want that extra round, but let's see if they are going to win it. So many rounds, 6 rounds away. Whether that or no, it is going to be an activation coming in for Rolling Thunder, and much of pressure being built up with 4 versus 4 exactly. Strix is just holding a good angle. Does he know that it is going to be Venkabot? Well, Venkabot's position was already compromised. That is how this shock bolt was used, and ultimately he will be taken down as well. Strix is the man with a triple. It is 4 versus 2, and 2 ultimates are still ready. Trolele still holding an angle.
well, we never know what's gonna happen, because at this point of time when we see it just be the one to get the opening, he spots down Sky.
One enemy remaining.
Got it down to a single. It's a 4K for the side of Strix, but Trulele gets the last one. And with that, keeping alive, T69 are still in the game, Tanya. We can still get to see they're still in the game, and the game is going to continue. A single round is needed for Chilcott to secure the victory. You can see the young faces smiling. They're all young players. Got the caliber, they've got the strats, they've got the potential. One thing that needs to be settled up at this point of time is, team will it be? Is it going to be Chilcott? That's like 80-90% chance of winning this match. Is it going to be a marvelous comeback side of 9?
Well, we are very close to know the result, except for Venkabot did seem a little frustrated here. Let's see what is coming into action, except for Trailblazer already has given an information that it is a 5-stack pushing in. And Techno getting a good angle, might be able to get one pick, and he's going to demolish the drone. He doesn't want much of information to be shared, and right on place. The lockdown will be used, and the site entry is not going to be any easier no matter what. He is just going to move a little farther away, but the smokes are also coming into the action. Now this is something great to block the vision.
Because the vision has been blocked, but Strix has got the entry, got the lockdown, they've got the swarm grenades up, Venkabot has got the dimensional drift, he will be entering, but eventually the paranoia actually worked out for them very, very precisely. But yes, went on to the B main, and he might get the entry, he might just get Strix down, gets the diffuse done, and that's it! That's the first victory in this Indian region quarterfinals. T69 is the name, and yes, you just get it. You just get it done. What a victory by the young boys, and what a match it turned out to be. Though T69 tried their very best, but it came down to the victory of Chilcott, and they have got a lead with a 1-0 streak on the board.
Well, it is 1-0. Chilcott winning the map of 9. Now, next is going to be the map of Ascent. Let's see how that is going to pan out. But before that, we have got a lot more to witness. Here we see Team CC, Team Chilcott winning the very first map of 9, and we cannot call it extremely dominantly because scoreline was about to be equalized, and that is when Chilcott literally put the strings a little tighter, and they went very strong with the play set, with the mindset. They didn't allow a single round or maybe a single player to let loose. They wanted to make sure that they survive as and when possible. They wanted to make sure if the team survives, we win this round, and it has been the case of scenario from 5-10 to 6-12, and they were able to win 2 consecutive rounds. But how long would that have worked? So somewhere it was destined, or maybe it was performed very well from Team CC.
Well, Chilcott, I would say still, Tanya, that Prime 5 is having some competition in the Indian region as well. Chilcott might be one of the teams that they have to watch out for. Yes, Prime 5 is a very strong team from the rest of South Asia region, but the Indian region are also quite ready to have a counter plans, and we have seen like a big Prime example that is out for them. But yes, with that 1-0 lead, they've got the confidence, they've got the momentum to build up. But the next map, if I'm not wrong, it's going to be the map of Ascent, which was picked up by the players of Chilcott, and we never know. It might be a vice versa even then.
Yeah, it might be vice versa, but map of Ascent, either ways, all 10 players are going to be very comfortable no matter what agent they pick, no matter what mindset they want to use, or no matter what agent composition they want to go for, double initiator, double duelist, because it is one of the basic map where any agent lineup works, except for you go for a triple duelist setup, which nobody would want to go. And here we can expect a double duelist coming in on the map of Ascent. Let's see who is going to play what role. I really want to see Binks as a race, and on the other side, Venkabor as a Yoru did wonders on the map of Bind. Let's see if we are again going to see the same. But KO is going to be one of the basic initiators which we can witness on the map of Ascent.
Well, of course, the agents, what Tanya said was it actually gives a brutal effect in the map of Ascent, especially, and well, it's nevertheless, we might just not see Odin spamming in any of the rounds unless it's complete a do or die, because you see T69, they're in a do or die state. yes, there might be some chances of. If it does, Anya might just be a bit happy with that.
Well, I would say it is just a gun, and if they want to use it, they can use it. And if they don't want to, it's still their choice and preferences, and whatever works for them, it's absolutely great for them. Ultimately, it is the battle for themselves, and they need to win it by themselves. If not, they are not going to go ahead towards the next phase immediately. It is going to be a longer route, and I'm very sure nobody would want to prefer that. And at this point of time, with pressure being a little extra on the on the side of team T69, because if the second consecutive round map goes into the favor of team Chill Chilcod, it is going to be a 2-0 score line. And is the history going to repeat? Do you think it is going to be a 2-0 by any chance?
Well, I believe it won't be going as a 2-0 chance, but eventually, when it comes down to some factors like how Chilcott is playing, I can't make any predictions, Tanya. Don't give me this kind of questions. I'm really like, what should I say right now? If I say 2-0 and it comes down to a 1-1, I will be doomed right now. And looking forward, now we get to see the teams with a 7-13. T69, they managed to get 7 rounds, but eventually Chilcott actually overpowered them.
Well, let's have a head-to-head comparison between two MVPs, Team T69 Strix versus Team uh, Chilcod Sean, the only man to procure ace by far. Many more aces ahead for sure. KD almost equalized 1.33 and 1.35, and the average combat score. Strix has got an extra average combat score here, and also a 1 kill extra. On the other side, if you have a look at team towards the player Trollele, he has got 0.87 frags. T69's MT has got 0.79. Each and every player except for Strix has got below 1 of KD. And on the other side, it was total of 3 players who have almost managed to reach almost 1.5 of KD. And I think that is what exactly worked just about right.
Well, at the same point of time, when we just talk about, yes, both the teams, they're like, as compared to the duelists, I really thought that Yoru might just come than actually the other players, but still, Son, what a game. Like, that ace coming up in that particular round was so exceptional. That was a wow moment coming up from the side of Chilcod. Back scored 23 kills in the pocket by using Sky. So it actually determines and shows that you don't need to pick up duelists to actually make that like top frag in that particular match or map. You just come up with any agent you are comfortable with, and you can is very precisely and can depend on your gun game to be top fragger and get the kills and get the openings.
Well, talking about get the openings, I think Techno with the Tour de Force and Headhunters did get that opening for frags into the pistol rounds. And with the Tour de Force, he was definitely very destructive. Let's see if he's going to continue the play of Chamber, or he's going to try out something else. Because Trulele with the SOA, he has done good work in terms of using shock darts, in terms of using the drone for the intel, as well as Hunter's Fury. Though we did not witness a triple coming in from Prime 5, the same pattern, and we don't expect anything being repeated. We always want to see some new set of play with new teams and new players emerging here.
Well, we have to just wait up for that particular moment, because as we see, it has been a brilliant map for the side of Chilcod, but next is coming up as Ascend. It was the pick of T69. They lost this map. Now, next coming up for Chilcod, the Ascend map was picked by them, but if this match overpowers them, then the decider map, the Icebox, will be coming on the screen. Might face some brutal domination in that map as well.
Well, absolutely. We can expect some brutal domination, or we can also expect some OT coming in, because OT always eventually comes in when the pressure is real. And I think Team T69 is not going to let it loose. They are not going to go very flawless. They are not going to make sure that Chilcott is going to go ahead, play with an ace against them, at least not in the map of ace. And that is what my perception is. Though they can play as and when what and how they are comfortable with. Because I really very well know, talking about Strix in particular, we can expect him again sticking to the jet play. But on the map of Ascent, I would personally want to see a double duelist setup. Before that, let's talk about the highlights of the first map.
Of course, the first map it was by was the eggs. Eventually, Chilcott got the break, but that egg got the eggs and start from on was right one. But the fourth was that particular. No, but after that one by got in
You will not kill my ally.
pretty decent picks.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Whenever the round,
I've got your
and I would say that Strix need to step up that in the next match with Ascent. It's done and putting done for. Does that?
Yeah, can still do it. Everything is possible. But looking at the performances on the map of Bind, well, certainly Binks was able to deliver those flashes, those rolling thunders, and we did witness one round. They were winning the round where the rolling thunder frag was done. And talking about Rolele, where I did mention that he was not able to get the frag coming in from Hunter's Fury, he managed to get the one frag, but not the triple. And talking about Techno, he did put a shutdown here. 9-3 was scoreline. For a while, we did feel that the curse was real, but Strix going ahead through the through the elbow and immediately rotating and confirming the frag. I think Strix was one of the key players to watch out for, and that is how he has got a good combat score even compared to the winning team.
Of course, and with that, when we just hit around, Chilcott they played really calmly after losing back-to-back rounds in the second half. They were in their heads very calm and they were composed that yes, this is our match. We're going to win it. Just keep your heads calm, just keep your head cool, and eventually you can get those round where everything was at the Techno with those in brilliant. Instead, till Lele was exception that particular. Not expect that the that close against him. So if he would have expected that, he could have taken him as well. But definitely a brilliant rounds coming from the side. Brilliant rounds actually to be side of like T69 as well as from the side of get to 6. He managed to get the victory, and this was all final call. The backstab was there, but managing with one round itself.
And from 5-12 to 7-12, they did manage to reach it. Empty with a triple here. And talking about the site here, first frag. And yeah, this was the place where Venkabot was literally spotted frustrated, where Aftershock was used to force him to move away. And as soon as he did move, Strix was able to get a triple for himself. I think that was a good team performance, team coordination coming in from the team T69. But overall performance, if we had to talk about, there's nothing else. So Chilcott definitely performed a little better. Indeed, performed exactly what was required, and they made the map of Bind their own. And it was a pick of Team T69. Now, next map, Chilcott picking the map. And do you think Team T69 is going to win it? Are we going to head towards the map of Icebox, or it is going to be an entire dominant map because Chilcott picking up the map?
Well, Chilcott has got the map pick, that's for sure. What is going to be the result? Previous match it was picked by T6. It is picked up by Chilcott. Might be a chance that T6 bounce back, or it might turn out to be another map of like in the we had. Particularly coming onto this particular like map section, we get multiple things happening. So there are high expectations from both the sides. Might be the game of T69. It might be Chilcott who will seize the victory in this quarterfinals. Well, we have to be quite prepared for what's coming, Tanya, because at this point of time, we have seen the game of Prime 5. They clinched with a 2-0, but like Chilcott can make it to a 2-0. Well, I believe there is a big possibility.
Let's talk it out this way because on the map of mine, they did not select it. Still, they made it there. So, when they have selected, I think there is a chance of clean sweep of 2-0 coming in from Chill Code. Let's see if Team T69 is going to allow them so flawlessly because on the map of Ascent, Team T69 is also very strong. They've got the upper hand there, but it is not their choice. Now, when they haven't chosen this map, let's see if they are going to function it exactly as and when required, as in how required, or Chilcod selecting the map, dominating it entirely, and ending the day with the scoreline of 2-0 with the exact fashion where Pakistan team Prime 5 did it.
We have to see, but particularly talking about the Ascent picks that has been done. T69, well, Tani, you've got your favorite player. You're taking the favorite pick. Raze has been taken up by Binks in this match. Two duelists has been taken by the side of T69. Strix will be there with the Jet. Omen will be taken by Emo. Trolele will be coming with the Sopa, and Empty with that Killjoy. Get to see from the side of T69.
A good team choice here, and as we discussed, we are seeing a double duelist setup coming in from Team T69, and on the other side we are having only single duelist but a double initiator. Finally KO coming into the action. I've been waiting it from the start of the day, and talking about Sentinel, it is going to be the fight of equals here. It is going to be KJ versus KJ, MP versus Techno. On the other side, if we talk about smokes, it is again fight of equals. Emo was the Omen on the map of Mind, is going to continue to be the Omen on the map of Ascent. Saturn here is going to change the role of Smoke. He is adapting to the map because on the map of Mind, they definitely needed Brim to work a little aggressive controller, and on the map of Ascent, you don't need that sort of aggression. Indeed, you need to go for those tricky moves with the TP, with the from the shadows. I think with the paranoia, Saturn's adaptation is also going to play a key role. Now, Son as the initiator from Sky towards KO, continuing the same role. Do you think again we can expect an ace coming in flawlessly?
Well, I really believe and we want to secure the victory, but T69 looking a bit tensed. Let's see what lies ahead.
Well, on the map of Ascent, whatever lies is going to be very, very amazing. I'm very sure of whoever is destined to win. The destinies do change, the fates do come to a change as well. Immediately, Saturn is going to get the entry, and the entry frag. Strix is taken down. Now, that was pretty quick.
That was way too pretty quick, and this point of time, well, Bings gets another one. The tree side, the entry has been done. Empty is just waiting. At this point in time, okay, so Mo gets another one, but he will be getting eventually the treats done. Oh, that pain shell did the collateral. He needs to cut him down, and what a round it turned out to be for the side of T69. Tanya,
Gun here.
can we get the vice versa right here?
We can expect a vice versa hopping in. Talking about Binks as a raise. Now, this is what you see. I really don't know what forced him to choose Breach there. And on the map of Mine, they were in the need of flashes. I wouldn't deny that. But now it is going to be an entire different set of scenario. Techno trying to place his utilities very nicely, very wisely, and is trying to stop all the backstabs coming in or all the mid flanks coming in. And the turret will be placed. Saturn on the course is going to push in with a good smoke through the ramps. Who are they going to cross the path with?
Well, at this point of time, TC9 looking way too strong, but in the opening, what obviously Omen did. Venkabot this time using that jet. Got some angular position for himself, but Strikes with that proper Spectre. He's holding onto the grounds. The crossfires have been set up so nicely. The tree side, Saturn is trying to make that entry, but will be blocked up eventually. The shots will be taken, but Empty punishes him down. The random shots comes up, but won't get any opening at that particular moment. But the long side of the get to get the Satchel will be used just to block it, but Strix gets another one. The mid, the market is completely surrounded. Binks have to make the call that possible. The knife has been deployed, but eventually it's just staying inside the smoke. So he gets one down, Binks gets one another, but T69. Holy moly, they're getting a 2-0 lead in this map of Ascent.
Well, 2-0 already, and the players are going to all stick to 4 Spectres, but against them, it is going to be a mass weaponry of ARs. Now, this is a tough battle coming in, and the player who was eliminated in the previous round is going to stick to a Vandal with the half shield. And let's see how this is going to ultimately pan out, because talking about now, it does look a little difficult for Team T69, because if we talk about the weaponry upper hand, Team CC does have it already.
Well, of course, they do have it for themselves, but at this particular moment, Tanya, they are playing on some different foot. And we might just see that after like Biggs have taken the race, the entire synergy got changed up. Biggs gets another one, which might be splashed out, but at this point of time might just get another one. T69 making such a strong comeback. So Lele will be getting the shock touch, but Simple making and trying to make some difference at this point of time. MT is spotted, but right now the man advantage stays with the side of TC. 4 versus 2 situation. Well, we might just say Rolele was in a very low HP, won't have a heater at this point in time in the map of Ascent. MT still holding onto the ground. Reckon might be used up to just clean up positions. It will be disturbed, it will be broken down, and eventually T69 it will be getting
Here.
the past 3 maps, Tanya, we get to see that whichever team who takes the lead in the very first half, they are seizing the victory.
Now, this is massive. Winning against an entire AR buy. Now, they are all forced to go for eco. All sheriffs except for one player going for full shield, other 2 going for the half shield, and other 2 going with no shield. Now, they've already got so many free weaponaries to work out with. Team T69 with the scoreline of 3-0, and Showstopper is already ready coming in from Binks himself. Sean trying to push in through the mid. Saturn has given some smoke, but no casualties as of now. 0 points will be damaged, and Trolele will be taking down. Trolele will be taking down the very first frag. And let's see how it is going to pan out, because it is already 5 versus 4. Upper hand of numbers, upper hand of weaponaries already lies into the hands of Team T69.
This is particularly like whatever the result it is, I don't think it is going to be in the favor of Chillcod anyhow, because using the sheriff against the AR, it is a tough decision. Binks shuts down
Spike
2
down
people
mid.
side of mid areas. He might have angle, but Binks spots him down. The ping will eventually be used, but diversion won't be created eventually. He will be punished up. 69 seizing another round with the 4-kill score line. They will be getting the sheriffs done. But for now, this was an eco round for the side of Chillcod. Now they have the buy. Those items in the extra they are having at this time. They need to be prepared, because right now Chillcod is coming up with everything they have got at this time. Saturn is still saving. I don't know whether he's going to buy with the Phantom. Yes, he does. But this round, if and manages to Chillcod in this one as well, he will be booked completely, and it will gain another round for up.
Well, they are this is fight of equals, let's be honest, except for one extra showstopper coming in. Venkabot has got an immediate side entry, will be able to get the first frag. Trolele will immediately fade him down. Now it is the fight of 4 versus 4. Recon Bolt is destroyed. Still fair enough to deliver the information required. 4 versus 3. Side control given. Spike planted. Evo gradually moving in through the spawn. Let's see how everything is going to function.
Well, at this point of time, I would say that well, this is versus 4. Yes, Chillcod might just secure the first to themselves in the map of Apple. That is quite determined. He breaks up the defense and paranoid. Down, the paranoid will give kill it the frag, but eventually it's one down to us.
Last player standing.
One enemy remaining. Point is that damaging the economy, but he gets streaky. What? A round. I don't know whether I don't think he's going to save it. The round is going in the favor of Chillcod without a doubt. But what T69 was supposed to do, got it. They damaged the economy entirely for the side of Chillcod, and I don't think Chillcod can be able to buy the ARs in this particular round, Tanya.
Oh, well, they will again go for a save, except they've got two ultimates ready. Showstopper still being saved. I don't know how and when Binks is going to use it. Strix with the operator. No, no, he isn't. He isn't. He did go for a buy, but then he switched to Phantom immediately. And on the other side, we are seeing one Spectre, one Bulldog, and the rest is Phantoms and Vandals. Half shield as well, 0 point, as well as Paranoia. All utilities and multiple, and ultimately the showstopper will come to an action. Wenkabot, the duelist, has been taken down. Lele will be taken down by Sean as well. Sean will also try to go towards getting the site entry procured.
You should run.
Just run. Straight beat.
Cover going out. Enemy suppressed.
Bomb grenade out.
First thing. Punishment. Coming at the beat, gets him down. Meanwhile, he was down, but no one gets him down. Right now, Chilcod uses another entry and gets a lead of 5-1. Almost. No, it's not. No, it's not. The timer ran out. And that's second round coming from the side of Chilcod.
And finally, we get to see some smiles on the face of Team Chilcod, because it is the map chosen by Chilcod and they were struggling to survive 2 rounds. And I would appreciate the way Binks, through the closing door, he managed to pull the showstopper right on time, getting the frag and getting the duelist down, is able to reducing the firepower to almost 50%. And Binks getting the site entry, getting the double. I think this round was very wonderfully played, but the time was of the essence here, Nikros. I don't think it worked exactly as how they wanted. 0 point has been used. Went about with the Blade Storm. Can be destructive.
Can be destructive. That's going to be a big issue for. Well, they have got the Hunters, they have got the lockdown, but I don't think that they're going to use it. Potentially, the Paranoia will be used, but he will be punished. The Blade Storm remains as a story for this particular round. As we get to see, Saturn is going exactly in front. Got the complete ADS and that particular area. He gets two strikes is on a go. He gets the 4K. He gets it around for T6, and the way, please. I am so delighted by seeing Strix this 4Ks. I know I want to see an ace from his side right now.
You are being greedy here. He is already performing very well. I think this 4K and the round is already enough what Strix has delivered us. And now Strix with the Blade Storm. He's not going to use it this round, I'm pretty sure. The moment the economy chaos starts, that is when exactly Strix goes towards the Blade Storm frags. Very well round one. And now it is going to be Saturn with the spike and everyone with the pistol. Ghosts and Classics. And Binks is going to use the boom bot well to get the information.
Right.
Unfortunately, he isn't getting any information there.
Potentially, this might be another round going in the favor of T69, while Chilcods are still hovering over that eco round. They're having the paint kills will be used by the side of Binks, but yes, there is a trap set up in the mid, so nobody will get the chance. If they try to enter, they will revert back over the catwalk and go up from the tree area, while Emo
Cover going out.
have some vision as are entering. Might have some chance as Jet comes and he gets one down. He gets the triple Emo. You beauty. He gets the triple down. Still looking forward. It's an Omen versus Omen. The pistol round. Nothing can be done. The Phantom is ready. But he's getting found from multiple.
2 versus 5 already. Now Team T69 has got an upper hand, but we cannot underestimate any of the team except for Emo. Try to push it in against Septem, and this might be the time where he can procure an ace. It is a 4K for him. Is the team going to allow him? And no, MT is going to knock the final nail in the coffin, and the ace struggle continues, and it is going to be a scoreline of 6-2.
Well, this is the 6-2 scenario. The economy is getting broke up. Multiple. This is the second, probably the eco round or the side of DC. But that round was so so destructive. He got the 4K. Like if you see around in the bind map also, many players got like if you talk about like they got the 4Ks times, but not Ks. I want to see some. But they have to just like having some chats with the players. They're having the discussions. They're getting their minds prepared. They're having some water buff. Maybe water is giving them a boost. No, might be a water buff on them, Tani.
Well, they are trying to cool themselves down. That is what I personally feel. Rehydrated. Let's see if there's going to be any water buff coming in or no. But they need to buff their level of play for sure. Their chosen map, they need to upgrade it. Let's see if they are going to. It is a technical pause taken and much needed one from the side of Chilcot, because what is going wrong? They need to make that out. They need to clear that out. And now we are all set, ready with the next play. Look at the score line. Binks is the only man with the double-digit frag. Rest all. Look at Venkabot, the man who worked wonders. As Yoru is being a jet here and only has got one frag to work out with. Let's see. Again, Binks holding the market here. Mid-push. Total of 3 players already.
Well, I would say that somebody will regret by like playing different map of bind, because I believe that's not working out for him. But still, eventually, you could have made the entry in sight of A, and now the smokes are down. Nemo is trying to get the entry point,
Spike
Killjoy,
planted.
and the Rays have been shut down. The swarm drains are out. Time you need multiple bags. Step up. You've got everything. What is time? The KO is there. The dash in won't be sufficient. One is there exactly hiding. The KO is there. He spots him down. Strix. He gets one hell of a showdown, but he's trapped in from and surrounded from all the sides. And initially, still thought to be getting the third for themselves, and T69 loses the third for themselves as well. But this is still up as a 6-3 score line. But if T69 wants to make it large, they need to get more and more rounds for themselves.
They need to gradually go ahead and win the round gradually, slowly, and simple. Finally, with a smile. I did not see him smiling. Now he is the expressive boy of his team. Rest all are with the same facial expressions, except he stopped smiling. And Venkabov still looks a little convinced of himself. Yoru with a lot of frags. Jet with least amount of frags. Septem has been weak. And he's trying to move away. I think this revelation was sufficiently enough from where to push and how to push in. Side control is in the hands. Spike control is also in the hands of Team Chilcot. And let's see, how are they going for the retake, or are they eventually going to make sure that they plant the spike?
Well, they have to look around and that kind of push. Entering very. What he's got. Yes, they have got the entry. But as soon as he can buy bigger and shots are coming. He gets two. He might just get the third one. Binks is ready with that damage. Venkabot shuts one down. He's inside the site.
One enemy remaining.
Shots are taken, and the last player surviving. It's a 1 versus 4 situation. It is not easy, but it's not that difficult as well. But yes, it is. Binks and T69 secures another round. Gets it to a 7-3 score.
7-3 score line, and the null command was deactivated by Binks himself. Now, we did talk about what if null command deactivates the showstopper coming in from Binks. It was exactly opposite coming in, and it was like Binks going ahead that you don't need to work with the null command. I'm going to put a shutdown to you. And for a while, we did witness where Sean was revived, but ultimately could not continue. And as a KO, I don't know how Sean is going to work out in the future, but if you have a look at Sky's performance, Sean was commendable. 0 point will be deployed immediately to get the information. MT is holding the site, and who is in the market? Is there anyone? Nobody.
Nobody holding the market for things. I don't know. They've tell you to A side. There might be that, yes, there might be someone there, but oh, the KJ shuts him down. Eventually gets a street. Now they've got the entry. Planting up without any hesitation. One times down. Pick is required. The allies like planting, simple is planting right in the
Spike
panel. Hits
planted.
him hard. Gets him down. Another one down. The emo. He's not stopping, but eventually he will be shut down. Still, T69 manages another round in their pocket. And
Thanks.
I am saying you, Tanya, this is going to be a vice versa.
This is going to be a vice versa, it seems. So 8-3 already. Is it going to be the curse line again? Closing in 9-3.
Last round
I
before the
personally feel
switch.
Venkabot performed very well as a Euro. Now, ultimately, he's trying to pick up pace. On the map of mine, he picking up Euro was amazing. But on the map of on this current map, going ahead picking in Jet is definitely not working as it should be. He is the top fragger, and look at Binks and Emo. Ultimately, they are trying to equalize, and Emo and MT are also working hand in hand. And look at the economy. Even if they lose one round, it is not going to work any difference. And this is the final round. I'm sure it is going to be a lot of ultimates coming to the action.
Well, you see multiple, like all the teams have got 3 ultimates. Now you get to see the Aegis lockdown could not be side of T69, but eventually they've got plenty of rounds because they need. Party shells popping up, the showstopper arrives, won't have any pickup tactics. Well, God, he's inside the side, he will be getting down. Fusion, no, I don't think so.
Spike
That
planted.
has been done by Saturn on the side
You
of
should run.
A. Lockdown.
Placing swarm
The
grenade.
lockdown, the swarm grenade, the spike has been planted. Everything, at least for now, does look into the favor of Team Chill Quad until and unless Team T69 loses all the chill. Sean pushing in through the garden, and he is holding. He is trying to wait and watch out. Swarm grenade will be activated immediately as soon as the players are witnessed. Players are spotted. Hunter's Fury is also one of the factors where they can play as soon as they go for the sound of beat. And Hunter's Fury also coming into the action. No finishers right now. And as soon as I say that, he's going to put a shutdown to Emo. And Techno goes and self-eliminates
Switching sides.
himself and feels proud of himself. The score line is not going to reach towards the curse of 9-3, but right now it is going to be a score line of 8-4.
Well, 8-4. The comeback they're trying, I don't know whether it will be possible or not, but still, it's very close, you see, Tanya. There is a possibility that they might come up with that 8-4 scoreline without any hesitation. Done right, okay? Essentially, this kind of thing, they have to look into the matter. They can have those chances. But indeed, the comeback is coming, but maybe T69 is still looking forward to get some more wins, and sides have been shifted. So now T69 will be the one to attack, and we have to see whether Chill Cord can be the one to defend.
In the previous map, we did see 2 ultimates getting wasted, Bladestorm as well as Showstopper. So I think Showstopper being wasted is equal to losing an entire round. We are going to talk about it a little later. But if we have a look at the current situation, it is a split of 2 players trying to hold on to the side B and 2 players both into the boat area. Strix is trying to push in with the dash. Is he aware about it? He was certainly. Simple is going to take down Strix, and immediately Binks is going to trade down Simple. It is 3 versus 4, and it is a reload coming in. Burst strike also. Last player standing, and defenders win. 8-5. Chill Cord are not chilling anymore. They are heated up.
Complete. Not a single doubt about it. But 8-5 is the scoreline, Tanya. Can it be a comeback for the side of Chill Cord? Because of course they have got the pick, and let it be attacking, let it be defending. But if anyhow they manage to clinch up the victory, it's just one that Reload actually saying got eventually some good picks, but 9 have to think about the strategies. They can also have a technical peak at the same time, but compromise even think about get some shutdowns. He will backside. Emo is in a very close area, won't miss the shot, but he gets one down. He gets the second. He got those 2 amazing players, which T69 are very much dependable upon. But these 2 picks will eventually shatter out T69. We have to see it around whether it is possible or not, but they're holding, they want to play a slow game. Right now, is triggered, the shock dart will also be lifted.
The turret did enough damage as well. It is going to be a wallbang. Ares wallbang. Nobody was harmed though. 4 versus 3. Still doable. Binks is trying to get some picks through the market. There's nobody there. Again, the change of mind. They are going to push in A, where 2 players are already going to warmly welcome with the judge in the hand. Now, this is going to be very choppy. Clear, brutal headshots must be witnessed here. And as soon as I say that, Binks is going to put a shutdown here. Sean gets the one. He's going to use a flash, get a double and a triple. With that, the score line is going to be 6-8.
6-8 the score line, and I'm really I am also chilling out, right? I can't chill out actually, to be honest. Chillcord is pumping up with hot airs around themselves, and right now the hot airs are blowing from their rooms to inside the game and pouring upon the players of T69, and the way they are making the comeback. You can smile over simple space, and he's quite happy with the performance and the comeback. They're making it up because 8 from this 4 to 8-6, it has been a tremendous comeback, but still 2 more rounds to go. Make the scores level up.
Who is going to level up? Let's see if there's going to be an equalizer or Team T69 has got some better plans to work out with. Septem is still going to stick to that judge play. Strix is taken down already. He is going to go overextended. Might be able to get the double. He does. And MT is going to take down Saturn. Venkabot on the course has taken down MT already. It's all up to Emo now. It is 2 versus 2. Door has been shut. Spike has been planted. Some shock darts have been used as well, and through the glass. Simple A is going to switch the weapons here.
There's still a contest of 2 versus 2. Never know what's gonna happen up. But still, Sova Omen versus Akil. The start is might be compromised. Point of time, definitely. You wanna enter the side?
Last player standing.
No. This is the 7th coming up. Is it going to be the 7th? Is the timer enough to give the diffuse? Yes, it is. And eventually, look at the smile. Look at the game they are making and display. The defending side favoring both the teams. And Chillcord coming up with that smile in their face and making the comeback and settling up the score in 8-7.
Well, if we have a look at the score line, literally now they are hitting the double-digit score where Binks is going to reach the score line of 20 points, 20 kill points. Let's see how everything is going to function here, because Binks with 19 frags and a hero vandal spotted in his team. Everybody with a half shield except for Strix going for the full shield. And smoke is being used to stop the view. 5 versus 5. Market is being controlled by Venkabot. He's going to dash away. He wants to save himself. For sure, any player would want that to happen.
Of course, like, they don't want to get eliminated in the very early side. They've got a save round, I believe. They've got an round. They've got the sheriff sub for their side. But at this point of time, when we see Simple having the chance, he's having the area lined up. As someone enters, surprising how for this. If he choked it, that's his fault. Never know what's gonna happen, but definitely we get to see T69 rotating side of A, but you won't let them actually enter at this point in time. You get to see that Son with that phantom. He's ready with that perfect aim. As soon as someone gets the pick done, going to get him shut down eventually, but some shots will be driving. The flashpoint will be used eventually. The fragment won't have an effect. He shuts down Strix, but this fragment might just get some opening against 2 players, but eventually he will be shut it down. Trolili is surviving. Blinks might just be able to catch it out, but a beauty shot coming from the side of Venkabot will be shutting him down. Last solo fragment will be Binks, but eventually this round gets in the favor of Chillcord, and the scores are leveled up. We were thinking that it might be another vice versa, but it turned out to be a different one.
It was an equalizer. All the lead that Team T69 created on the defender side, it is all long lost. It is all long gone. Now they need to pump up. They need to jump up. They need to do everything. And I spotted Odin coming in from Central. Use the Ares. He is going to use an Odin. And then now let's see how many frags is he going to accumulate. And you mentioned it, the moment that any of the team is going to realize that they might lose it, they are going to initiate with the Odin play. 0 Point is going to reveal total of 4 enemies already, and Sean has got a good angle
You should
where he
run.
might be able to get at least one pick.
One pick is needed at any cost of still what he's having on. Totally got his grounds. The lockdown is settled up. Well, he's dealing a good amount of damage.
I can't use that.
Point of time, but eventually cut it down. Easy. Nice. T69 needs to win it. Saturn closes him down. Closes Strix down. The Vandal will go to reload. Multiple shots happening. The paranoia comes up, but he will be shut it down as fast as possible. Emo.
Last player standing.
With the Odin.
Spike down
He
A.
gets up with the Odin, but still defenders, and with that, Chilcot takes the lead of 1 round from lagging behind with 4 rounds to get a lead with 1. Chilcot is making the difference. I'm quite not surprised. Simple coming with that Odin.
See a lead coming in from Chillcord. And I really don't want to see Team T69 chilling and playing passive. I want to see their aggressive side, exactly how they were playing on the defender side. Let's see how they are going to function or not. And Simple has got some plans running up in his mind. He has got a good wall bang placement, and Venkabot is going to save himself from revealing, and it's good. And this is the exact time where he might be able to get the first pick. Once again, the same pattern through the market. He crosses the path with the enemies, and he's going to dash away for survival.
Well, I believe he could have taken one shot. It might not made a connection, but it could have been a factor that yes, it might make a connection. It may not, but still at this point in time, when we come down to the middle, to the mid areas, the highest score of T69 is rotating from. If anybody, like if we talk about even Venkabot, if he would have had some aim of an operator, like completely planned, and everything would have just made some difference. But now the drone coming up, Techno is waiting, he might get Strix, he gets 2 down. What a start from the side of Chillcord. He gets 2, he gets the 4, he's going for the ace. It's a try. Techno is ready. Some pretty shots are needed, but no, this shots come from the side of Simple with the Odin spam. The ace was missed, but Simple is happy. He stole the ace.
He's smiling. He's boasting around. He is happy. Look at the face of Sean. He wanted that ace at any cost. But anyway, things do happen. These things do happen. And this is the banter within the teammates. And I like it about how Techno pushed it in. And ultimately, through the wall bang, he was able to pull that final frag. 8-10 is the score line. 2 ultimates are ready on the Chillcord side from the shadows as well as lockdown. On the other side, we have Hunter's Fury and from the shadows. Simple is going to continue to use his Odin spray. I really don't know. And Hunter's Fury will also come into the action to make Simple run away from the placement that he's holding.
This is going to be it. This is going to be huge 1 round because
Placing swarm grenade.
they're
Swarm
all
grenade
planned
out.
up. They got the swarm grenades up, but eventually the paranoia hits them hard.
One
The op
enemy
shots
remaining.
come. Defenders win in the blink of an eye, and T69 gets shut it down. 11-8. 1 more round to reach the match point. Banks with 21 kill points and nobody near from the side of Chillcord. It's a matter of frags, but still they're securing the round 1 by 1. This is way too much effective. But I did not see that coming, to be honest, Tanya.
Absolutely. I was not expecting that to happen. And we do see the frowning faces of Team T69. They literally performed very well on the map of Ascent, but it's not ending as and how they wanted it to. Once again, the same wall bang spray, jumping in, and he is continuing his basic play. First, he's going to use the recon. As soon as he has spotted 2 players, he's going to go ahead with the spray. Strix is going to take down Techno, but immediately Simple is going to trade second player. Not for so long. Now, Binks has got a good control over the opponent's Odin, and the spike is planted. 4 versus 3.
Well, this 4 versus it is going to be a difficult one, but it's not going to be impossible, as I say always. But T69, they need to make this up, they need to make the rounds up, otherwise it will be difficult. The shock dart speed back. Might just get one. Venkabot right to the side, 2 down. And right now, Binks, the solo survivor, won't be able, but he gets the Odin spam right. The blasted out, and there you go. Chillcord makes it up to the match point. Look at the reaction of Sean. He's so happy with this round. The satisfactory level he's carrying at this point, Tanya. Look at the face.
Match point.
Appreciate the way Binks did try to get those required frags. He was able to get those triple, much needed one. But Venka was the man who was yawing around with the happiness about this is the round, we made it. And Sean does look no expressions on his face, and Venkabot is smiling and happy about everything happening around. Let's see how everything is going to pan out. Ultimately, it is match point, and this is not how I
Get out of my
expected the
way.
map of Ascent to be about from the start. Strix using the Blade Storm. It is the fight of the Jet. Operator versus Blade Storm. Dash will come into the action. Strix still sticking for the Blade Storm finisher.
Well, I'm really surprised to see, will it be the round for Chillcord? They want to cheese these things up. Might be another 13-7. It was in the previous one. It's 13-8 turning up. Might be. No, it's not. He shuts down Bing. Strix in the very low HP, but still surviving. Venkabot has got the complete A operator ready. Strix with the Blade Storm. One pick. It should be the connects. It did not connect well enough. But Strix with that position, he needs to fall back. The Hunter's Fury arrive. He gets one down. Simple is coming up with some brilliant frags. Emo is also shut down. 2 players remaining. 4 versus 2. The game is going out. Strix the last player. He will be getting some exit frags, but will it be enough for T69? I don't think so. He gets the second one. He gets the Phantom in his hand. The position has been compromised. 2 players coming, charging from the same direction. Might just go with a wall bang. But still, it's not a great position. He's not aware of the position. No, not the knife. Not the knife. And there you go. Chillcord seizes back-to-back 2 maps and secures this match victory. And look what they are showing. What are they showing right now?
Well, unfortunately, I cannot read it what Venkabot is until and unless we get to scope in a lot. But congratulations, Team CC. You made it through with the scoreline of 2-0. Chillcord's new in the circuit to compared to what Team T69 is, definitely. And here we see the map of Essence chosen by Team Chillcord, won away by Chillcord. For a while, it did feel like everything was favoring Team T69, and it could have been Team T69. But as soon as the sides were swapped, I don't know, the momentum was totally lost, and ultimately Odin also came into the action. I don't think they were able to make a move against it.
Of course, and with that, when we just arrive in this kind of scenarios, Tanya, it was completely the start for T6. We never thought that Chillcord, they might make a comeback because they had got greater firepower, gunpower among those players. But having this much of a turnaround in the entire Ascent map, it was quite unexpected. And kudos to the team of Chillcord, kudos to the young players, those who have made it to the next stage of this Skyesports Champions Series, the quarterfinals. They have defeated T69 with a 2-0 scoreline in the BO3. What a game it turned out to be for their side. What a game it turned out to be for T69, because they did try well, but somehow it just got clinched away by the players of Chillcord. And I would say that change the name of Chillcord, make it something different and something more explosive, because these players actually deserve more explosive names.
To name them, I would name them Volcanic Cord or something as such,
Okay.
because the moment they start erupting, there is no coming back. And particularly the players, they were looking a little aggressive. They were wanting to go ahead as edgy as possible, because the team to go ahead, initiate with the Odin frags and finishers and win the day into their name. I think they did everything that was necessary to move ahead towards the next stages, because they were not in the lead, ultimately made it to the equalizer, and they made the lead, and then there was no coming back. I think from there they were like clearly spotted into the win streak of 2-0.
Of course, that was indeed a big comeback, and the 2-0 ended up shortly. But looking forward to the highlights, we move on. That players to age so well, Tanya, at this point in time. The picks that was first round. T69. They were looking so much dominant in the first half. Like it was quite sure that we thought like this game is going in the favor of T69. Nowhere like Chilcott were nearer, and especially the judge attacks, and this one each and every round was secured so nicely. But second half turned to be a nightmare for the side of T69.
It was ultimately a nightmare. With the flash, he was able to get one. Again, the flash being used. It was 2 versus 3, where the operator from Venkabot worked right on time, and then the final frag as well. The scoreline was equalized here, and the player was also revived. As soon as the player was revived, he was again taken down. So, of no use except for 1 kill point extra coming in from the players. And the ace theft coming in within the teammates. Now that was too much. I don't know how much of fights are they going to take for this, but a good 4K though.
Of course, a good 4K indeed. I really wanted to see some aces. You can say me greedy, but definitely after seeing so much tremendous 4Ks in this particular match, it was not like this one 4K, there's two 4K, not like that. We have got multiple, like more than 4 to 5, I believe more than 4 to 5 4Ks we have seen in this entire map of Ascendant. I would love to see that we can get some more like aces if it would have turned out. Only in this second India quarterfinals qualifiers we get to see one ace, that too coming from the side of Chilcott. Just John really expecting to see more and more from his side, but this moment I was in my inner soul was like, please don't just go for that particular like knife section, because I don't want you to die at that in such a way. It actually gave me a jump scare. Like if I were in that position, I would have like, dude, what just happened?
Yeah, I did hear. Indeed, I heard it very loud when you said, "No knifing, Strix, no knifing." In the moment you were approaching a little even louder, it was all put to shut down, and the dreams were shattered of winning the map of Ascent, even after selecting the map or not selecting the map. I think everything went very clean into the favor of Team Chilcott. New players, new roster, still performing very well, indeed outperforming few of the oldest players into the Valorant circuit. It was a treat to the eyes. Let's see how are they going to compete against other teams though. And talking about Rays and Binks on the map of Ascent, I think it was a deadly combo show. The showstopper while the gate was closing in. On the defender side, Team T69 was very brutally dominant. As soon as they were on the attacker side, we could not witness the same sort of aggression.
Well, of course, and moving on to the match summary, we get to see 9 and Chilcott, the second match of this 0-3, which went with a 2-0 scoreline, and T69 were failed to win against Chilcott in this map as well, and eventually lost the BO3, lost the quarterfinals match. But with that, we get to see 351 combat score with a 1.71 KD ratio for the side of like Binks. Got 24 kills, while 60 for side of Chilcott Techno. If you see around Tanya, you won't see that the players of Chilcott have made many frags, or they have taken plenty amount of kill points for them, but still they managed to see the round one by one by applying all the player efforts. But I really do believe if Binks would have played Raze in the map of Bind, that the result there might be a possibility that it would have changed a bit.
Bind usually is doable with one duelist, so I think that was exactly what T69 might be thinking about it. But let's see, whatever happens for the best. Congratulations, Chilcott. You made it through with the scoreline of 8-13 MVP Techno, whose ace was stolen. And I'm very sure I'm not going to forget it real soon about it. And on the Bing side, few showstoppers, few finishers coming in from Paint Shell. He did paint the picture of Team T69 winning the map of Ascent, owning the map of Ascent. But the painter ultimately changed, and the painter was from the Team Chilcott later on, and I think it was Techno for sure being the MVP.
Yeah, it should be. I really do feel. I don't have the stats in my opinion and your opinion. Techno might be the MVP, but Binks can also be the one to be a good contender. But right now, the phases, as we discussed earlier in today's day, India and rest of South Asia qualifiers. It is going on as the phase 1 from 10th May to 15th of May in this month. It will be a 5-day format. The teams from different countries will participate and will qualify. Will try to qualify for the phase 2, and before the phase 2, there will be a draw show which will be done on the 6th of this month, May, where the teams will be drawn up and will get the slotting done in the phase 2, where they will be letting and they will be getting to face the invited teams waiting for them in the.
The draw show is all about the teams getting their respective group, because the group is going to be divided into two sections, which is group A and B. And draw show is going to be the key weaponaries, because it is going to be a group A fighting against the same team, group B as well, going for the same action. And if ultimately we are going to head towards phase 3 after the draw. It is going to be a LAN event from 31st of May towards 5th of June. So it is a long event. So ladies and gentlemen, buckle up your seats. The flight has just taken off, and it is just the day one for a lot of action, though the action was commendable, with the scoreline of 2-0 from Pakistan team, from Indian team. And what are they competing for? It is ultimately towards the total prize pool of $30,000. The winner takes away $15,000. And on second place, the second runner-up, the first runner-up is going to take away $7,500. The second runner-up is going to take away $3,000, and fourth place as well with the $3,000. But there's some extra achievement for MVP and best IGL and the best emerging player. Well, if I had to say, if I had to randomly pick the emerging player for the day, I would choose someone from the team CC.
Well, of course, it can be, but eventually this prize pool, and as well as Tanya, for the slot APAC Stage 2 is the day, it is the time that teams are going to buckle up for that particular stage, because the top two teams, the winners and the first runner-up, will eventually get that slot done from this Skyesports Champions Series to the VCT APAC. The journey is always #Road to VCT 2020. Landmark is set, the stage is set, and as Tanya said earlier, the flight has already been taken off. Buckle up your seats, because there might be brutal turbulence going on within this time of period from 10th May to the 5th of June. You will get plenty amount of turbulences going on and on, but it's going to be a long, big journey. Even also, if you talk about Tanya, from 10th to the 5th, a big long journey in a single flight. Let's just enjoy this adventure.
Absolutely. It is going to be adventurous, and it is Skyesports Champions Series, where we usually say Sky Esports, #Sky is the limit. So I don't know about the turbulence, yes or no, but Sky is going to be the limit show. It is Valorant. It is presented by AMD and powered by Router. And it was an amazing day. Thanks for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. This is me, Tanya, signing off. Alongside me, it is Nikros.